Brothers and sisters in atheism, it is spectacular to have you all here tonight. Thank you so much for joining me. Sorry for the delayed start there, was getting everything set up. So, reflecting on yesterday's video, that was kind of a weird video to review. I didn't think it would be that weird going into it, and so I'm going to go into a different video tonight. But before we get started and get into what we're doing tonight, there is one rule for the panel and chat, right? Let's be respectful tonight. We're talking about a somewhat sensitive topic, right? This is the God thing, right? So let's just make sure that we're somewhat sensitive about that and be respectful, right? Strong disagreements are totally cool, right? Let's challenge arguments. You can tell somebody that you think their reasoning fails, push hard on premises, right? But we're not doing personal attacks, constant interruptions, or theist versus atheist tribal nonsense tonight. We're doing a debate review, right? So attack the argument, not the person. If somebody you disagree with makes a good point, acknowledge it. If somebody on your own side makes a bad point, don't defend it just because they're on your side. Yeah, I do talk with my hands, Phantom. Great observation. And for the panel specifically, we're going to do this one argument at a time. So when I stop the video, I'm going to reconstruct what we just said before we open it up, try to respond to the argument we're actually reviewing instead of jumping 5 subjects ahead, right? So with that established, tonight we're asking, did William Lane Craig prove God, right? That's what we're going to be figuring out tonight. You hate guys that talk with their hands. It's funny. But yeah, I do talk with my hands sometimes. So Craig tonight is giving us a cumulative case for theism, right? And Alex O'Connor is challenging some of the most important pieces of that case. And so this discussion gets much deeper than everything needs a cause, therefore God, right? And no, Ivion. Oh, you're talking to him. And once again, this is an open panel review. Theists, atheists, agnostics, and skeptics are welcome to join the review while we're doing it. The standard tonight is going to be 4 questions, right? So what exactly is the argument? Is the argument valid? So if there's a syllogism presented, we'll analyze that or whatever needs to be done, right? Are the premises justified? How much does the conclusion actually establish? These 4 questions are very important, right? And the final question matters because these are not automatically the same proposition, right? And so what I mean by that is we're going to be examining several things here, right? The universe, several propositions, right? The universe began, the universe has a cause, the cause of the universe is immaterial or timeless, the cause is personal, the cause is God, and that God is the Christian God, right? And so we're not going to be skipping steps with his argument. This is basically where he's going to be going, so we're going to be examining this step by step, right? But remember that these standards are going to be applied on both sides, right? So I want to see, I think we'll see good reasoning from both sides for the most part. And so this will be a fun one to address. But with that being said, if like the Kalam fails or Alex's response fails to the Kalam or whatever pops up, we will address that and be very fair and neutral with that, right? And so we need to make sure that we are following our standards, right? We're going to use selected excerpts from the debate tonight for criticism, commentary, analysis, and discussion. The complete original discussion is linked in the description, and the original production remains with its respective rights holders. Now, before we get into this, right? So I know that this is... We do have a lot of atheists here, so I think that most of y'all are probably going to be leaning towards God not existing. However, with that being said, I'm looking at this panel, or this, do you think William Lane Craig proved God poll I put up before the debate even started, and it's like 50-50. So that's definitely an interesting start to get into. Definitely really interesting there, right? Now, I am interested to hear Craig's case before we argue against anything. So, but we'll put up some more panel. Feel free to. I'd like to have atheists and theists up on of any God, he says. No evidence of gods at no time. We humans aren't smart enough. God is a human invention. I consider all religions are mythology. That seems like a pretty solid position to hold, right? There's a lot of people that hold that position. Obviously, there doesn't seem to be good evidence of gods, and Many of us do look at religion like it is mythology, right? And many of us would think that they look at mythology like a Christian or a Muslim, for example, might look at mythology like we look at Christianity or Islam, right? Let me see. Missing Mod says W tacos. Entropy says thank you. You're welcome, sir. You all, Missing Mod, Entropy Matters, Corpse, Hizzle, Curt, Missing Mod, Doom Based. Good to see everybody. Oh, that's funny. Anyways, this isn't an open panel review without people on the open panel to review it. Now, obviously, I'm totally content providing a ton of input here, but I don't want to be the only one, the only side you hear, as I am an atheist, and obviously I'm going to do my best to be a neutral observer here. But I am going to be innately biased with some of the stuff that I say here, and so it'd be good to have some other people with either other positions or other places that they might be coming from, right? So let me see. Let me get this pulled up real fast. So the first part here is going to be Craig's case for God. So William Lane Craig is going to be going first, and then it'll be Alex O'Connor. Let me see. I think I got timestamps here. I'm going to start this. Oh, I was just double checking that. I didn't want to waste a lot of time on that. And there is a super chat from Kim. Thank you so much for the super. Oh, that wasn't loud enough, was it? Thank you so much for the super chat, Kim. Kim says, not only is there no evidence for any God construct, inconsistence on faith without evidence is antisocial and inhuman, anti-theism now. Thank you for the super chat, greatly appreciated. Anti-theism is a decent position, right? There's a lot of people that hold that, and I probably lean towards that. It's definitely a pretty solid position. And I'll go ahead and like that. Thank you so much for the super chat. We are at 1 out, which is my Google. I think that took. All right. I'm sorry yours doesn't count for that, Kim. If we hit like 19, I can't do odd numbers like that, but if we hit like 19 and we're off, I'll just count it. What's up, Curt?
Hey, excited for this debate.
Yeah, it's a pretty, I mean, there's some good stuff in it. I don't know if I'm going to be, there's a couple arguments in there I haven't really spent much time on. I'm just going to be straight up people I've done a lot of reading and watching videos and listening to debates and having debates. And there's a few arguments, because there's a lot of arguments that I am not so good at, and he does good at addressing or analyzing, and he does present a couple here, right? But I do have some responses to some of the stuff, but I'm just being straightforward. There are a couple arguments here that I'm less studied on. So maybe arguments somebody in the... What's up?
Craig, or arguments from Craig, or arguments from
O'Connor? Arguments from Craig.
Okay.
Yeah. Like Hilbert's Hotel and stuff like that. I haven't spent like any time on that stuff.
Yeah, I think Hilbert's Hotel is a stupid argument.
Yeah, I haven't. It's like the sniper argument that people use. And
right,
they just don't seem intuitive. They don't seem to align with the theory of time that I have, and so I'm not really impressed by them, and so I really haven't spent any time. It's the harder arguments to address that I guess maybe that one is harder for other. I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say. I'm sorry.
Well, let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, let's do this. I think I got the timestamp correct here. I hope this is the right timestamp. Let's get it going. Because in the introduction, they timestamped it poorly, unfortunately.
Now, I will say Hizzle's Hotel is a great argument.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That's a really, really good one. All right. Everybody in the audience ready to get going here? This video. Let's get into this.
Exterior arguments and evidences concern philosophical and scientific arguments that lead to the existence of God. For example, I've defended 6 of these in my work. First, that God is the best explanation of why anything at all exists, rather than nothing. Second, that God is the best explanation for the absolute beginning of the universe at a point in the finite past. Thirdly, God is the best explanation for the uncanny applicability of mathematics to the physical phenomena. Fourth, God is the best explanation for the incomprehensible fine-tuning of the universe for embodied interactive life. Fifth, God is the best explanation for the objectivity of moral values and duties in the world. And finally, sixth, the very possibility of God's existence implies that God exists.
Okay. So I think that's a good stopping point right there.
What was the sixth argument?
That is a lot to start with, but existence, cosmic beginning, applicability of mathematics, fine-tuning, morality, and then that's the modal, like the ontological argument.
He used the ontological argument as sixth?
He's saying the mere possibility of God existing.
All right, that's got to be the ontological argument. Wow. Those are all trash arguments.
They might not be the best. They
are all trash. I'm confident of that.
There's a gentleman, Hafez TV, in the back. Looks like he's got a YouTube. If you want, you can go ahead and type something in the YouTube chat, Hafez, and I'll just confirm that's you real fast, and then I'll pull you on the panel.
And just to be clear, doesn't it seem like number 1 and number 2 are basically the same argument?
Yeah, I mean, we can replay that again if you need to listen to that, but he's just pointing at the arguments, you know. It's basically just like every argument he's been using over the last 30, however long he's been doing it.
Laying out his set list.
Yeah. It's a cumulative case argument, right? So he gave us like a roadmap of his case for God, right? I do have to say, right? So he's presenting these 6 arguments in tandem, saying that these all are evidence for God, or his cumulative case argument for God, right? But the issue here that I think will pop up is that even if you poke holes in one, it's not going to be enough to get through that, right? Because he's got 6 arguments there, right? So like if the Kalam fails, Craig can still say that his cumulative case survives. He can still say that's stronger than the opposing side, you know?
Right, but all 6 fail, and badly. Like that, there's nothing to accumulate when all 6 are bad.
Gotcha. And then this guy in the back, I haven't seen him before, but he's got a couple channels. What's going on, Hafez? How's it going?
Hello, gentlemen. Am I up?
Yeah, yep. You are on the panel. I just have you hidden for a second because I've never seen you before. But what's going on?
No problem. Good. Yeah, I've actually been following you for a while. A gentleman called the New UG. I don't know if you know. He's been on your panel a few times. He recommended you.
He's a good friend of mine. Are you friends with UG?
Yeah, me.
Oh, cool. I trust you then. I fully trust UG. He's awesome.
Are you
awesome.
Yeah.
I made UG 3 songs. Yeah, he's awesome. Oh, I think Hafez might have DC'd there.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna hide the camera just to be safer. Oh, he's back.
Hello. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, what happened? Did I drop?
You dropped.
Yeah, me and UG, we met at Speaker's Corner the first time. And,
London. Okay.
Oh, cool.
Got into it with the whole Buddhists and Zen and all that and philosophy, and he's obviously very versed in that. So
Yeah, he's awesome.
And we bonded over our mutual love of Islam because we both, clearly love that religion. It's so awesome.
Gotcha.
Sorry, this is British sarcasm. I don't know how it comes
Alhamdulillah.
through on my Alhamdulillah. Exactly.
So are you an atheist or Christian, or what position do you hold?
I would like to put myself in a position of evolving atheist. I was very much a staunch Christopher Hitchens anti-theist, but I think I've shifted from that for pragmatic reasons. I don't think atheism is or being an atheist and promoting atheist ideals is necessarily a positive for the wider society. Looking at the way Britain has turned out with its wokerati. The problem is,
I have a comment and a question real fast.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, could you please turn down your volume 20 to 30%? And then on top of that, the question. So why do you not think that, I guess, what do you think the ideals of atheism are?
Well, I mean, obviously, is this better, by the way? Let me just, am I better?
Yeah, much better. Also, Richard Cox got a taco membership. He is now Mini Taco. Thank you so much for the support, Richard. That's greatly appreciated, sir. You are awesome. We need to hear more evidence for God. This is one of the most compelling philosophers in the modern age to most theists. This is like, I don't know if he's the most cited, but he's probably one of the top cited philosophers of the modern age. I mean, how many times have you heard the Kalam argument, right? William Lane Craig is the guy who repopularized the Kalam argument, right? This is like the OG of Christian apologetics, right? So whether or not you appreciate his form of apologetics or you don't, or you think his arguments are good or bad, this guy is the OG, and he's been at it for many years. And yeah. So just keep that in mind as these arguments are being presented, right?
Now, together, I think these 6 arguments constitute a powerful cumulative case that God exists. If you were to ask me why I believe the Christian God exists, then we would need to go beyond these arguments to examine the person of Jesus of Nazareth. Who was this man, Jesus of Nazareth? And I believe that he claimed to be the long-awaited Jewish Messiah, the Son of God in a unique sense, and the divine human Son of Man, prophesied by the prophet Daniel. And I think that God vindicated those radical personal claims by which he put himself in God's place by raising him from the dead.
Okay. That seems like a very, very interesting claim right there. So to me, that sounds like he's going from his cumulative case to his cumulative case supporting the Bible God. What do you two think about that? Well, because to me, that's quite an interesting leap.
It's a massive leap, and like it's not a move you can make except if you're going to make the Kierkegaardian move, which is not his position, right? He's not saying that I'm making a leap of faith. There's no good evidence for this claim. He's saying, I think this is historically so sure that it stands to reason that this is the best explanation of my first 6 arguments, which I think is really bad.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, unfortunately, William Lane Craig has been running this script for best part of like 20 years. I mean, you guys, know how old he goes back to. He's debated Hitchens. He's debated, I believe he's debated Richard Dawkins. I can't remember, but he, Sam Harris, all the sort of the 4 horsemen, the classics. And I was hoping by now in his sort of elder years, he's evolved his arguments somewhat, but it's not. It's like a script. It just goes right back to it. And he hasn't really changed anything. He hasn't even tuned it up. Unfortunately, these arguments were never knockdown arguments before, and they really are not anything better now. So yeah, I'm with you guys.
They were disproven in the 18th century. Like, they're obsolete when he's born, and he doesn't even address.
I think maybe saying disproven with anything philosophy is, unless.
All right.
I guess you could, but there's deductive arguments that seem obviously not sound to like everybody that you could be like, this is obviously falsified, and then people are still going to say, nope, this is philosophy. I can say whatever I want.
Right. He can assert a claim about the universe that, like, he can say, I can't demonstrate it, but I have a positive intuition that it's certain to be this way. And you can do that, but it doesn't demonstrate anything, and it certainly doesn't establish anything. And his whole system is built on causal realism. And like, causal realism is not widely accepted just demonstrably. It's certainly not a demonstrated fact.
Yes, I'm shocked he didn't throw in the watchmaker in this whole shebang out of the 6. I was waiting for that one to raise its ugly head
that's
again.
an analogy, not an actual argument, right? So that's used as a different form, or that's used in a different part of his rhetoric, right? Because he's using that to build a case for other arguments, right? That's like his evidence for arguments, generally, from my understanding.
I think his fine-tuning argument certainly implies something like the watchmaker argument.
Well, the watchmaker argument isn't an argument, right? It's an analogy, right? It's an analogy to how the world works, to how how something that's designed has a designer, and it's saying the world works the same way, right? Basically, it's a faulty analogy, right? It's not an argument, and it should not be. There's no deductive syllogism or no. There's nothing, right? There's no argument. It's just an analogy. That's it.
Yeah, you're right. It's an analogy to demonstrate the creator argument, which is the
right.
The
it's
argument
used
itself.
as
The argument is the
evidence.
creator argument. If something has been created, a created thing has to have a creator, and the watchmaker is the analogy, is the example.
It's used as evidence to support premises and other arguments. But in my opinion, the watchmaker analogy is just rhetoric. I corrected it with atheist presuppositional apologetics and used the appropriate form of the watchmaker analogy.
That you did a great job too.
Now, I realize that most people think that the resurrection of Jesus is something you just believe in by faith or not. But in fact, there are 4 well-established historical facts concerning the fate of Jesus of Nazareth that are agreed upon by the vast majority of New Testament scholars that have written on this subject. And these would include, first, his honorable interment by Joseph of Arimathea in a tomb following his crucifixion.
Is this a real historical thing that happened, Curt? I know you're quite educated on this portion.
So the way that he gets to that position is to ignore all the Arabic language scholarship. So, like, Muslim scholars have been writing for over a millennium, and it is not their consensus that Jesus was crucified. In fact, their consensus is the opposite. Like, they accept the existence of a historical Jesus, and they accept that he did magic and was divine. They just don't think he was God, and they don't think that he was a divinity. Right? He's a gifted prophet. And yet they don't agree that he was crucified, but Their claim is it appeared exactly as if he was crucified, because they also believe in magic. So that gives the lie to Craig's interpretation, right? There's no way there's a historical consensus if that historical consensus is built on taking a group of scholars who accept the on the face narrative and interpret with different magic than your magic.
Yeah, but
Right.
isn't he just? I mean, isn't the case that you can just ignore Islamic consensus or Islamic arguments because they simply don't believe in any of the Trinity and the doctrine of Christianity? So
the Trinity doesn't exist in the New Testament. The Trinity is not a New Testament doctrine, so that doesn't have any effect on Muslim scholars' understanding of the Injil.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that they don't consider Islamic opinions as opinions on Christianity. They only see the ones. I mean, I'm presuming what William Lane Craig is going to approach is probably like Josephus and other people of somewhat contemporary to Jesus to say that their writings, although I saw a documentary that said Josephus's work was actually fraudulent when he came to the Jesus story and
that's
resurrection.
absolutely correct. It's a complete forgery. But much more importantly, the relationship of Muslim scholarship to like doctrinal Islam is exactly the relationship of Christian New Testament scholarship to doctrinal Christianity. It's a tiny minority of biblical scholars who are not professing Christians. There's not none, but it's a tiny minority. It's probably comparable to the number of Quranic scholars who are not professing Muslims.
Sorry, yeah, if you guys want to carry on, I'm done.
Okay, cool. And and for my thoughts on that, I'm not 100% certain there was even a historical Jesus. So when people are saying that, yeah, this stuff absolutely happened and whatnot, I feel like they're making an inductive inference or an abductive inference that may not be able to be trusted, right?
And let's be clear, there's a pessimistic induction that should make anybody who's relying on a historical consensus alone to establish a fact without separate argumentation, because there are many times when there have been scholarly consensuses that have been overturned by newer data, right? So there was a scholarly consensus about
happens
many
all the
things
time, dude,
that no longer are believed because the base evidence was not good enough. So I am not somebody who's saying we should ignore a scholarly consensus. We should largely default to accepting a scholarly consensus because we don't have the individual capability to investigate every single claim. But in this case, where there's a clear confessional bias and a clear like civilizational hegemony about this set of facts, what we should do is then compare the strength of the evidence the scholars used for that conclusion to the strength of the evidence they use to make other conclusions that disagree with this conclusion. And in this case, I would say the strength of the evidence for the resurrection of Jesus Christ is comparable, maybe not exactly comparable, but quite comparable to the strength of the evidence for the resurrection of Romulus. And the vast majority of scholars do not think that there was a resurrection of Romulus.
Oh, and I do want to make a quick point about cumulative cases. A lot of weak evidence or a lot of weak arguments for a cumulative case does not make a strong cumulative case. A lot of weak arguments are still a weak cumulative case.
Right.
I feel like we should have mentioned that a minute ago. So yeah. Anyways, let's get back into this.
Secondly, the tomb was discovered on the first day of the week following the crucifixion by a group of Jesus' female followers to be empty. Third,
and I would like to say in one of those cases, they also said that or the narrator said that they told no one.
Yeah, in Mark, of course, there would be no way for the author of Mark, if what he is relating is correct, to have known that what he was relating was correct. Because the story is that there was a youth who is, at least in that scene, is unnamed, who explained that he had been taken up, and then the women fled and told no one, which would include, of course, the author of Mark, if that's accurate, right?
Correct.
So
It's
there would be-
obviously a narrator, in my humble opinion. That's obviously
it's
a
the role-
narrator of a story telling a story.
Yeah, it's the same as like in Gethsemane, all the disciples are asleep, and we know what Jesus did. Well, how would that happen? There's no one. Everybody's asleep. Who could tell you what happened? Even if we assume there were disciples and we assume there was a Gethsemane event, there would be no way for them to tell you what took place unless the author is using authorial perspective to tell the narrative.
And Phantom makes an interesting point here. He says, I would say that a lot of arguments is a weaker case. The fact that there isn't a single strong argument and just a bunch of bad ones points to motivated reasoning when developing arguments. I think that people do use motivated reasoning a lot when developing arguments. You can definitely try to counter yourself on that so you don't use as much motivated reasoning by running that into other people and seeing what they think. But still, you're right. There is a lot of motivated reasoning involved in building and presenting arguments, because oftentimes people find a conclusion and they're trying to build to that conclusion, right? And so, not speculating on William Lane Craig, but a lot of theists will do that, where actually atheists will do that too. And anyways, somebody will basically have a conclusion and they'll try to build a cumulative case for it, right? They'll look at a bunch of different lines of evidence that they think are good or whatever, and they'll build a cumulative case, right? Because they know the underlying thing is very, very hard to get to, right? And I don't know if that's weak. I don't know. It's like a legitimate thing people try to do in apologetics a lot, and I don't really know if it's weak or not. I think it really would depend on the strength of the actual underlying arguments. I don't think because if you had like really strong arguments, you could have a really strong cumulative case, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that you need a cumulative case is at least a tacit admission that none of them are dispositive.
I mean, you could just build one that's like super strong to convince people that don't want to agree with you. I don't know. I just think that there could still be a good use for that.
I mean, you have a super strong case for the non-existence of a necessary being deity, but you don't build a cumulative case after that. You just say, look at this. This is a super strong case.
You're right. And what's up, Kelly, Hayden, and Dave Gar? I think Kim and Hotep, everyone who joined us. And did I get everybody? Saw a few more people join there. Good to see you all.
Can I, gentlemen?
Like precepts are the opposite of this, right? Precepts also think they have a really strong single argument, and they just use it all the time because they think it's undefeatable. And that's the opposite of the cumulative case position.
Yeah, it's basically a script. Yeah, you can jump in.
Sorry, yeah, I was just wanted to ask you guys, because you raised some interesting point, Curt, about the fact that in Yosemite, his companions, the disciples were asleep, and yet the narrator has actually managed to write the story. Now, is it? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'd like you guys to tell me about this. When Jesus died, didn't he go to hell for 3 days or whatever, and then came back?
That is the position of the Apostles' Creed and the Gospel of Peter, for sure.
So did he sit down and like narrate this, what happened to them before he went off to heaven? Because apparently he went to hell and then he came and he ascended to heaven. So when did he have time to tell people?
Yeah, we only have two texts from like second and third century that describe it in detail, and then we have the Apostles' Creed. But my suspicion is it was much more widespread. It's many denominations now do not accept the harrowing of hell. But the point of the harrowing of hell for me is that, like, Christians in the 1st and 2nd century had all these people who had family members who were not Christian, but who were good people before they could hear the message of Jesus, right? So you needed to have an explanation for how they were going to be able to go to heaven and be with their family. And the harrowing of hell worked in that way, in the same way that, like, baptism for the dead in the 19th century worked for Mormons, right? It was a workaround to that problem. But many, like, denominations don't accept the Apostles' Creed or the harrowing of hell anymore, but lots of others do. I think the harrowing of hell is still believed as, like, a main doctrine by many of the Orthodox confessions.
That's definitely quite interesting when you think about it.
I would have to wonder what Craig's opinion is of the harrowing of hell. I think that's a really interesting question. But the text in Matthew where all the saints come out of their graves on Saturday or Friday night is also a strong evidence to me that Matthew also accepted the harrowing of hell.
From my understanding, the early Christians accepted pretty much all the early canonical texts as literal.
Oh, there was no canon at that time. They had accepted everything.
Like, well,
they probably accepted the infancy gospel.
When did they canonize everything? Like 300 or something?
Yeah. Then, or like the earliest.
And I'm saying like then they, from my understanding, everything that was canonized, they accepted as, like, literally real.
Well, no, not actually. Origen, writing in the 3rd century, is specifically saying that many of these things are allegorical. There's a lot of ways to read 2nd century apologists as basically admitting that these stories are very similar to the Greco-Roman stories about the demigods of the Greco-Romans. I don't think it's as clear cut that 2nd century and 3rd century readers who were educated and who.
So did those guys believe in the Christian God that were saying that?
I think they believed in the Christian God. I just don't know that they believed in the Gospels as a historical narrative of an individual person who resurrected. Again, John starts his gospel by talking about the Logos. Well, the Logos is a Greco-Roman idea that goes back to Heraclitus about the reason in the universe. And it's a little weird to say that guarantees that he's talking about a real historical person, rather than starting out with this idea that there's this reason principle, and then here's what would have happened if that reason principle had taken flesh and come and talked among us, and here's what he would have said, right?
Right. And there's an interesting question in chat. Hotep asks, how did we get from I don't know why reality exists to therefore a Middle Eastern supernatural personality created it? That earlier in the video, I had stopped it and said that seems like an interesting leap, and then let them do some commentary on that. There seemed to be a leap. I don't know. There wasn't really a connection there. He argued for a deistic God, and then basically said it has to be this specific personal God. And I think that's a really... He could have just argued a deistic God with the prompt, it looked like, and not the Christian God. And I think he would have had a much stronger argument. Not that it would have been a strong argument, but he would have had a much stronger cumulative case argument without also including all the Christian God stuff. Because there's just so much additional metaphysical baggage and real history that might not have happened baggage that comes along with that,
Yeah, Kelly has a funny claim in chat about Jesus showing up in hell and running through the hell halls. I always think of it like Jesus shows up in hell that night and he's like Oprah. You get to go to heaven. You get to go to heaven. You get to go to heaven. All the dead are like,
yes, that sounds so plausible.
It's definitely I don't know. I don't understand all the hell and heaven and sin, and to me that is all incoherent just with my understanding of how the world works. So when people talk about that stuff, I'm just thinking like D&D stuff or like
Yeah.
Little Nicky, or I'm thinking they're like D&Ding it up, you know?
No, it was one of the major things that made me completely give up was the incoherence of any possible heaven.
Yeah, it just seems like something that is total I mean, think about it, right? You guys in the audience, chat. I don't know. Feel free to share your thoughts on this topic. That's an interesting topic. Maybe we should have "Does a Heaven Exist?" open panel later this. I don't know. I was thinking about doing an open panel on Friday with all the different debates we talked about, and just let people talk about the different debates. You know, I think that might be fun.
Yeah.
And so we probably won't review this full video tonight, but I think we'll get through William Lane Craig's opening, Alex's opening, and then some of the open discussion. And then if it's starting to get late, we can fast. If it's like 3 hours in, we can fast forward to the closings and see how they did, and then we can like make conclusions so we don't keep you up all night, Curt. But that way we can actually kind of get through the videos instead of just getting stuck, you know?
Rather, various individuals and groups of people experienced appearances of Jesus alive after his death on various occasions and under a variety of circumstances. And finally, number 4 is that the original disciples suddenly and sincerely came to believe that God had raised Jesus from the dead, despite every predisposition to the contrary. And I think that...
Yeah, just a second.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that's true,
That's
right? There's a lot of accounts. Yeah, there's a lot of accounts of miracle resurrections.
If you accept the Gospels at face value as true, like records of things that took place, resurrection was like, oh, someone got resurrected again. It's like last week someone did, the week before someone did. There's resurrections all over the place in the Gospels. And there's not even anything in the Gospels that like clearly lays out that the resurrection of Jesus is fundamentally different than any of the other resurrections. So Craig is doing a Mott and Bailey here. He's basically saying, yeah, all those other resurrections that are described in the Gospels, those aren't actual real resurrections. But the one of Jesus was like really special and totally different than all those other resurrections. But then he has to basically admit that all the other resurrections aren't real. And then, well, then why would we trust these narrators about this resurrection? What is the reason to take them so seriously about this one and not about the other ones?
Well, there is one
He'll
argument.
provide something, right?
I mean, I have heard one argument, not to labor this any longer. They say that the reason people, they trust in the apostles that talk about Jesus's resurrection, etc., is because they were willing to die for this belief. And if it was a lie, then why would they be willing to die for a lie? So, if anything, they believed that this happened, even if it never happened.
When the alternative explanations for those facts are weighed by the usual criteria that historians use for evaluating historical hypotheses, then the superiority and plausibility of what I call the resurrection hypothesis emerges. That is, that the original disciples were right, that God had raised Jesus from the dead. And so for that reason, I am enthusiastically a Christian theist. Now,
so there were some definitely interesting claims there. What were y'all's thoughts on that?
Sorry, I was waiting for Curt. Maybe she's.
He might have stepped away or something.
Yeah. Again, it's how to put it. There's the lack of evidence. I mean, he's literally at this point saying, "Trust me, bro," because they said it, and I believe it. I mean, he doesn't present evidence. He's just presenting. I mean, most of the stuff in the Testaments is all essentially composed down to hearsay from my perspective. And the argument even I put forward that these people were willing to die for this claim that Jesus was resurrected. And also Curt said there were many other resurrections. How is it that this particular one was more special than the others? Now, I don't know the scriptures well enough to say whether Jesus's resurrection was somehow different to the others. I mean, I know stories of chariots of fire carrying him up to heaven or something, but I don't know whether those are just rhetoric or yeah.
So what William Lane Craig had said here was something like the historical, the way that we weigh the way that we value his or judge historical claims authenticity when applied to resurrections and these other claims in the Bible are positive or they're good or something like that. That's basically what he said. And so he's saying that when we're using these methods, we're getting positive results. And so we know these are true or something like that, right? And I just don't think that any historian would ever grant a resurrection. I just don't think that's something that anybody would ever do. So when he says something like that, to me, this seems kind of like an off-kilter opening, right? And what I mean by that is he's kind of shooting from the hip, right? Because I don't think any historian ever would accept that. I don't know if what he said there was a true statement at all. I don't think I don't think there's one historian in the world that would grant a resurrection on like an actual historical basis off of historical evidence.
You're talking about now, though. Like, obviously, there have been historians in the past who accepted resurrections.
Yeah, I'm saying now.
Okay.
But I think he was saying that when he's talking about the way that we judge historical claims, I think he's saying like when we judge these today, we should be like, yeah, these are true. And what I'm saying is, it doesn't seem like that's the case. These are like wild claims, right? Like resurrection and
all the gospels but
hell
one,
and all sorts of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And at least in my opinion, and no disrespect, but to me those seem like wild claims. They seem totally incoherent, right? And so I think that when he's saying that historians would grant this stuff, to me that's just kind of a off-kilter thing to say, right? You got anything on that, Curt?
Yeah, all the gospels but one like narrate a battle between Jesus and Satan. I just don't think that's a marker for a sober historical text. I mean, historians don't think the book of Job is historically accurate, and because it includes Satan as a main character.
It's definitely interesting, man. And I just read Dave Gar's. You should read Dave Gar's top chat because I was doing that, and he's right. It was super funny. I was laughing in my head. It was pretty great.
So much for the exterior way. Down through history, most Christians haven't believed in God on that basis. The vast majority of Christians,
him on that like one. Most Christians haven't believed in God.
What do you mean by that? Go into detail.
Oh, no, he says down through history, most Christians haven't believed in God, and then he has a big pause, and then he says that way. So you can
you mean that? Okay, I got you.
Cut it off.
Yeah, I'm not. You're right. I'm not quite sure what he's implying there.
What he's implying is the absolute truth. Through the vast majority of the Christian era, the vast majority of Christians had no access to any of the texts, any of the sets of facts that he uses to establish the veracity of those texts or any of the arguments that he uses. They believed because their culture believed in it, and you would often be killed or at least socially exiled for not believing it. That's why they believed.
That could be a possibility. Although maybe if William Lane Craig presents a solid case, maybe our minds will change later.
Oh, well, I mean, as far as historical Christians go, it's a certainty that historical Christians did not believe for any of the reasons William Lane Craig just put out.
Maybe if he presents a good enough case, he'll change your mind.
Those arguments didn't exist back in the past, so that can't have been the reason.
Anyways, I am actually very interested. I want to be convinced of a God, right? I would love for there to be a personal God that loves me and wants me to just be successful at everything I do, right? So I want to get convinced here. So let's get me convinced here.
Evil peasant, farmer, or someone working in the rice fields of Laos don't have the education or the library resources.
I just have to say, I just said to convince me, and he starts talking about a farmer in Laos. Not that there's anything wrong with talking about farmers in Laos, but during a debate on the topic, does God exist, where you've already gone from a deistic God to a Christian God, and you've got a massive, massive burden of proof. Just think about the stuff we talked about yesterday in the Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson debate, right? Remember the 4 buckets I said to put stuff in, and the just everything we covered? That they're doing all these same. He's doing all the same stuff. There's like leaps of logic. There's like sales tactics. He's going like off topic. He's trying to build like additional support by going to. He should be just focusing on the topic. Get out of the Christian God. Just convince us all that a God exists, and then let's figure out what God it is. Right? At least that's my thoughts on this.
He's about to invoke. Basically dreams, just like last night, because he's going to say that the inner witness of the Holy Spirit is what convinces most Christians.
Right. Well, let's see.
Or the leisure time to look into philosophical arguments for God's existence or the evidence for the New Testament. Rather, they believe in God on the basis of a personal experience of God himself. In particular, they've experienced the risen Lord in their lives. The Easter hymn writer says, have you asked me?
What is even the point of bringing up some unverifiable personal experience that's being testified? I mean, maybe he personally heard these. Let's grant he personally heard these. What's the point of even bringing that up in a debate?
I mean, philosophical literature is loaded with the argument from Laotian rice farmers. You've got to know that. Sorry. These are bad arguments. That's what I'm saying, I guess.
And we got a super chat from Hotep. Thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciated. But it was funny. But on a serious note, Curt, I just thought it would be funnier if I just sat there and blinked for a second. But on a on a serious note, I said convince me, and I feel like every time I listen to these debates, it's just appeals to emotion and these. I want good arguments. I think we need to listen to some like legit philosophical debates coming up here where we can have them like presenting arguments and we have to pull up a notepad and write it down. And I think that might be I think that would be fun to do and actually address some arguments, you know?
How I know he lives within my heart. And I think that is a perfectly valid way. So even though I am an enthusiastic proponent of evidentiary exterior arguments for the truth of Christian faith, I don't think they're necessary. I think that it's perfectly rational to take belief in Christianity as a properly basic belief grounded in our personal experience of God himself.
What are y'all's thoughts on epistemology?
Yeah, I guess I don't accept that there are any beliefs that are properly basic, in the sense that all of our beliefs come from like Hebbian learning and like development through our like infancy to childhood, right? The problem is that the process of developing enough awareness to be able to have like autobiographical memory makes your starting point when you're thinking about the history of your life long after all the hard work was done, because you have to have enough language to be able to string together the ideas and remember them. And so we just don't have like an intuitive understanding of how we got to where we get. An infant doesn't have probably any beliefs that we would describe as beliefs. They just have to start figuring out what works together, what goes with what, and their brains are like this massive association machine that eventually create a bunch of relationships. But like Christian apologetics always wants to start with the mid-20s dude.
Right. And we do have an audience member with an argument. We've got J Mike. Good to see you, buddy. Been a little while. J Mike says, I have one. P1, if P1, then God exists. P2, P1, C, therefore God. What do you guys think about that argument?
Solid.
mean, wow.
Gentlemen, I have to go. Have a great night. Thank you for having me up. Take
It was
care.
fun
Have a
talking to
good
you,
one, man.
Hefez.
Thank you. I'll try and catch you guys soon. Take care. Bye.
All right.
I think I'm going to accept both premises, but reject the conclusion because of intuition, like everybody that I've ever had a debate with.
Right. Exactly.
And then Missing Mod with a super chat. Thank you very much, Missing Mod. Greatly appreciated, man. She asks, if God real, why B.S. Lewis not on the panel? I don't know where B.S. Lewis is. I should have sent him that, though.
Yeah, we
J.
need
Mike
to
says he's
up
running
here.
from the argument.
You are running.
You can call in if you like, and well, I already said, like every interlocutor I've ever debated or argued with, I'm accepting both premise 1 and 2, but rejecting the conclusion out of
No, your
no
argument
reason.
would be that metaphysical possibility is an actual possibility.
I mean, I think if you're being serious, you'd just say P1 is ridiculous, but I thought that other response was funnier. But Kelly with super chat as well. Thank you, ma'am. Greatly appreciated. She says, I heard that hell has a bunch of kangaroos down there looking for the family German Shepherd.
Okay.
Interesting. I'm not sure I get the joke, but I do greatly appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Kelly.
I think she's talking about Australia.
Richard, his name is B.S. Lewis, like C.S. Lewis. It's a play on the name C.S. Lewis. He's a excellent YouTuber. Excellent. He has spectacular content.
But there is a YouTuber who is a French Canadian named B.S. Louis, and that's that guy.
Right. What's going on, TJump? Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. You having a good evening, man?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So far, you haven't missed too much. He did present a cumulative case argument, though. William Lane Craig, let me see, I got him written down here. Existence, cosmic beginning, applicability of mathematics, fine-tuning, morality, and the modal possibility argument. And then it is basically just a cumulative case, right? And so that's kind of where he started, and then he moved into some biblical claims, and now he is claiming testimony of personal experience of others.
Okay.
The indwelling of Jesus in the hearts of believers.
Cool. I just gave you a quick rundown. No worries.
Thank you very much. There's a lot there to unpack, and We'll park for the moment, Alex, any arguments you might have against the existence of God, and we'll park also for the moment the question of Jesus and of Christianity. I was wondering if you might be able to tackle first what Dr. Craig calls the exterior arguments for God, particularly what sounds like, you said 5 ways?
6.
6. Particularly like a version of cosmological argument that he raised at the beginning.
I think the 5 ways was somebody else. Yeah.
I'm sure everyone knows, but he's just talking about Thomas Aquinas's 5 ways when he says that. So if you're curious, it's just Thomas Aquinas's 5 ways. Some people think they're good arguments. Actually, I've heard a lot of people think they're good arguments. People still run them today. I don't think they are, but anyways, let's get back into this. Sorry, that was a side note.
Of course, an atheist engaged in these discussions spends their time doing 2 things: providing positive reasons not to believe in God, and there's really only one popular version of that. But more often, for that reason, they spend their time responding to arguments that are put forward. So Dr. Craig has put forward 6 of these. And the atheist's job is to see whether they think that these arguments essentially hold. So for example, Dr. Craig says that God is the best explanation of the finite past of the universe, the fact that the universe had a beginning at a moment in time. And the questions that need to be asked in response to that are, did the universe have a beginning? How would we know that it had a beginning? If it had a beginning, how do we know that it needs some kind of cause?
I think that's a spectacular point right there. And I was thinking about it while he was talking. He is so eloquent and so well-spoken that, do you want to critique him as well? And thank you so much for the super chat, Richard. Greatly appreciated, sir. That's not AI made, though. That was made by a person. But with that being said, he's so eloquent. I've got I think all the timestamps are down here. Yeah, we've got all the timestamps down here. What we can do, let me see. I guess we'll just discuss each section. So
I actually kind of disagree with you on that part.
You want to just focus on what Craig says?
No, I mean, I'd probably rather focus on what Cosmic Skeptic says than what Craig says.
Okay.
But
do you disagree with anything he was saying here? I thought that was a spectacular point, that there might not necessarily be a cause.
I don't disagree with the argument itself. I disagree with the way he phrased it. Like when you say he's an eloquent speaker, I think he uses a lot of words that sound nice, but he's not expressing the point in a very good way for the other side of the debate. So like, when he says, why do we assume that the universe needs a creator, or like he phrases it in a way that isn't a positive assertion. He's not phrasing it in a way to challenge the religious belief of a believer. They're like, well, of course it had a beginning. Like they've been trained to respond in a certain way to those kinds of arguments. And so when he presents it in that way, it does nothing to compel the other side. It has no value in a debate whatsoever. It's just reiterating what the atheist likes to hear, but does nothing to actually challenge the theist position. And so when you say he's an eloquent debater, he knows how to say things that sound good to atheists, sure, but is he actually addressing the position the theists believe? Not really, because he hasn't said it in a way.
What would you like to hear? So for this specific one, right? So he said something like, the universe doesn't necessarily have to have a cause, in response to the basically the Kalam, right? And so he's just saying the universe doesn't necessarily have to have a beginning. It could just exist or something, right? But so what would you prefer he say to that? That would be, would you like him to present an argument, or do you want him to make a more involved point, or what are you thinking?
I want him to, he needs to say it more directly so that the theist doesn't have a scripted response already prepared in the back of their mind. So the way he said it was very subtle, it was very eloquent, like you said, but it doesn't present a pointed counter argument to what Craig is saying from the perspective of the theist audience. So like what he should say is like, Craig's argument assumes the universe had a beginning. There is no evidence of this. Here's why. All he does is he just says a statement. He just says a statement that, oh, well, maybe the universe didn't have a beginning. That does nothing. That does nothing to provide evidence or justification. It's just an eloquent way to sound smart without actually presenting anything that the other side can use to like think about the issue. So nothing he said, it wasn't factually wrong, but nothing he said that he presented in that statement gives the other side something to think about. When they hear what he said, there's a scripted response. They have nothing more to think about. The debate side is over from that point, which is why what he said isn't a productive use of time in a debate. He should have said something that gives the other side, the audience, something to think about, saying, no, you don't need a beginning any more than God needs a beginning. So now the opposing side has to think, oh, so God doesn't need a beginning because he's eternal or necessary. Oh, so he's saying that about the universe. The universe can be eternal or necessary. So it gives them something to think about.
Right.
So that's the critique I have of what he's saying. He hasn't given the opposing side anything to think about.
Right. You're saying that he's providing a response that may address the argument, but it just ends the conversation on that argument, whereas he should be giving them homework at the end of whatever he's saying.
Yeah, he should be addressing the arguments from the perspective of the other side of the debate, not addressing them in a way academically or in a way from the atheists understand it or they follow. The atheists have something to think about.
Oh, you mean do like more of an internal critique? He should be responding with more internal critiques so they can understand better, basically?
Sort of, but I wouldn't say it's an internal critique. I would say that he should be answering questions from the perspective of the theists to get the theists to think about the issue. He's answering questions from the perspective of the atheist. He's appealing to his audience that makes them happy, which should make sense from a debate like the political stage, but he's not doing anything for the other side whatsoever.
Gotcha.
I mean, the thing for me about that argument is that it's the exact opposite of the argument that theists made up until the 20th century. Up until the 20th century, theists argued that the universe was eternal and that God's act of creation was also eternal. And then all of a sudden, we got this brief period of evidence where it looked like this instantiation of the universe might have a specific moment in time that it like all came to be at once. And that was like, I think for about 15 or 20 years, that was sort of broadly thought of in physics as the case. And so a bunch of Christians jumped on that argument, even though it's the exact opposite argument that had been being made for Christianity for thousands of years. And to me, that's like a terrible tell that the argument has no force to compel belief one direction or the other. Because if it could be argued for Christianity that the universe was eternal, then the fact that the universe was not eternal can't then be turned around and used as evidence for Christianity as well.
I'm not sure I'd agree with that, because the fact that past Christians used an argument for or against something doesn't necessarily imply that current Christians using it in the opposite way is equally as justified. So like, because there are arguments that past Christians use that are just awful, and we know that they're awful now, and the current Christians acknowledge that and they use different arguments, or vice versa. And so simply the fact that Christians used an argument in the past and modern Christians use it in an opposite way doesn't necessarily imply that that point, whatever they're using, is inherently a bad point. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
Ask you then, on a Bayesian scale, the universe is either eternal or it started at some point, right?
Or it's
is that an exhaustive dichotomy to you?
No, there's three options. It's the Agrippa's trilemma. So it's either foundationalism, it has a beginning, circular reasoning, it started itself, the time.
But if it started itself, it started, right?
I don't know if that would technically fit in that. So it's the Agrippa's trilemma falls into three categories. I don't think the circle category is inherently a form of the beginning foundationalism. I think there's a fundamental difference. And so I think that was a deeper philosophical conversation, but I would say initially, no. I'd say that if the universe created itself, you can't call that a beginning because of the paradox of the infinite regression. So either it's an infinite regress, a finite beginning, or circular self-causation. And I think those are three separate things.
I would say that circular self-cause and infinite regress both leave no starting point. So I still think it's like a an exhaustive dichotomy that there's either a starting point or there's not.
I still don't think so, because I don't think circular reasoning, it could go either way. That's the problem.
Does the circle have a starting point?
If the entire circle is the starting point, then yes.
Okay, well, you've lost me. So, okay. I don't understand your point, but my point would be that probably even there with Agrippa's trilemma, there's been a Christian who's argued every single side of Agrippa's trilemma.
Oh,
which
sure.
means that Christian doctrine does not specifically have anything to do with whatever your response is to whatever you see Agrippa's trilemma as being. And therefore, you cannot say any possible explanation of Agrippa's trilemma is evidence for Christianity.
Again, that's the part I'm disagreeing with. Just because there is a Christian which has argued everything doesn't mean that whatever specific topic we're talking about must necessarily not have a correct or evidential basis. So, like, there are many weird Christians out there who I think we would both agree have a really bad, weird understanding of Christianity, like the Hebrew Israelites who think that Jesus was black or something and came from Africa. Like, that's clearly, there's no historical basis for that. But the fact that they argue that doesn't mean now that the people who argue that Jesus was from the Middle East are just as equally as unjustified. The fact that there are many Christians who argue many different things from many different perspectives doesn't invalidate or count as evidence against any of them particularly being good arguments. You'd have to address the argument itself. So it sounds like
right.
an
So
ad
this
hom.
that's my point. This possibility space has no evidence.
I don't know what that means. Possibility space.
Agrippa's trilemma is it's gonna include all the possible answers, right? And there's no evidence to decide one direction or the other about the universe.
So that's a separate question. So
no, it gets directly to the point. The fact that Christianity is not marshaling evidence on either side. They didn't marshal evidence that the universe was eternal, and they didn't marshal evidence that the universe had a beginning. They just accept the current dominant understanding and say, well, under this dominant understanding, this is evidence for Christianity. That's precisely my point.
So what I heard you say was, because Christians have argued both sides of the debate, therefore you can't say that the current position is a good argument because the past position argued the opposite. I think that's what I interpreted your argument to be.
Well, then you didn't interpret it fully correctly. I said any position can be recruited into arguing for Christianity, which means the evidence does not matter. It's just a way to take the current belief and turn it towards Christianity. It's not coming from the evidence. If there was evidence that Christianity was more true on an eternal universe, they would marshal that evidence. If there was evidence that Christianity was more true on a universe that had a beginning, they would marshal that evidence. But they don't. They just pick whichever one is currently the consensus and go with that and say it's evidence for Christianity. Because Thomas Aquinas was operating on an Aristotelian viewpoint because that was the accepted doctrine back then.
So I just want to clarify. Your argument is that because any position can marshal or ad hoc the evidence to indicate their conclusion, therefore there isn't any more or less supported position among the aggregate possibilities. Is that an accurate representation of your argument?
If I'm a defense attorney and my prosecutor is saying, this guy, if he was at his alibi location, is guilty, but if he wasn't at his alibi location, he's also guilty, I would say he's exhausted the possibility space and he's not making a real argument. He's just asserting guilt.
I didn't understand what you said there. So I'm trying to understand your argument. It seems like you're saying the evidence can be argued to fit both conclusions. Therefore, it isn't evidence of either conclusion more than the other.
What do you see as the evidence for Craig's argument?
Well, I haven't heard Craig's argument. I'm not objecting to Craig. I'm objecting to what I heard you say. That's the thing I'm objecting to. So it seems like what you're saying is essentially, because both sides can use the evidence, it's evidence of nothing, which is false. It can still be used by both sides, and it can still be more indicative of one than the other. So just because multiple mutually exclusive.
Okay, there's the crux. More indicative. Where's the part that's more indicative?
Well, so that part hasn't been presented yet, but you can't say there isn't one. You can't say there isn't one simply because both sides use the evidence. That the fact that both sides use the evidence is not evidence that there isn't more evidence out there that indicate one way or the other is a better interpretation. So like saying,
first of all, I'm not talking about both sides. I'm talking about they're all Christian.
Yes, that's what I mean by both sides here is the
what do you mean
different
by
versions
both
of Christianity.
sides? They're both Christian.
So if one side is arguing for an eternal universe and one side is arguing for a beginning of a universe, and they're both Christians, the fact that there's two different camps of Christians arguing for one a beginning, one an eternal universe, doesn't mean both are equally justified. One could be more justified than the other. One could be more rational than the other based on other factors. Whatever factors they're using to justify their position, some of them might be more rational for one and less rational for the other. So simply the fact that both try to find pieces of evidence that fit their conclusion doesn't mean simply the fact that there's two different branches of Christianity arguing for the exact opposite thing to try to lead to their conclusion doesn't mean that that topic, whatever it may be, either is or is not justified or is equally justified on both sides. That isn't solved by simply the fact that there's two different branches of Christianity arguing in opposite directions. I mean, I understand the point you're getting at. The point you're getting at is that, well, if anybody can argue for whatever is the conclusion, that seems completely ad hoc, which I understand that, but it's just not necessarily true. Like there are flat earthers who claim that there's, you can explain the stars with that it's a NASA's conspiracy, whatever. And you can be through the problem of underdetermination. All empirical data can be explained by infinitely many hypotheses. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Let me walk you through my argument so I get you to understand it so that
Sure.
maybe we'll be real clear on what I'm trying to get across.
Sure.
Okay. For the vast majority of Christian history, Christian doctrine has been based on the fact that God is eternal and the universe is eternal and that God's creative act is eternal. That's been the philosophical position for the vast majority of Christian history. Do you agree with that or do you disagree?
I have no position either way. It doesn't make a difference to me.
Okay. So, well, then I guess you just don't want to follow through with the argument. That's fine.
Whether or not I agree doesn't make a difference to the argument. What I would say initially is I don't care. Regardless, if all of history up until 5 minutes ago, Christians argued X, and then 5 minutes ago, a new Christian argued Y.
If all of Christian history, Christians argued that Jesus was not God, let me finish. Would that all of a sudden make a big difference if they now started arguing that he was?
Let me finish. So if all human history up until 5 minutes ago, all Christians argued X, and a new Christian comes along and he argues Y or not X, the fact that all history Christians argued something differently does not in any way discount or count as evidence against the new position Y. It's just an argument from history fallacy. It just doesn't matter. The credibility of the new position has to be evaluated on its own merits independently of what anybody else did in the past. So referencing the past and saying other Christians did it or they did it for the longest time is just not relevant to the debate of whether or not Y is a good argument. It's a fallacy to say that because of past historians, an argument from history.
What is the name of that fallacy?
Pretty sure it's an argument from history.
The argument from history is the name of that fallacy?
I haven't researched in a while, but I can find it. But yes, that's
fine. So just to be clear,
and to be fair, Curt, I did when I was talking earlier, I blanked on induction for a second. I was trying to say deductive and inductive, but I blanked. I was like, because I've been reading all day and working on like my brain wasn't there, right? And so I give him. I'm sure he knows what he's talking about on this specific thing, right? Real fast, though, there is a super chat from Richard. He said, God took out his phone. It's on life support right now, recharging. Sorry to hear about your phone. I'm sure it'll be back up and operational very quickly. I do greatly appreciate the support, Richard. You are awesome. Thank you, sir. I do need to play this, though. Sorry about that. All right. Back into the... Do you guys have more to discuss here? It sounds like y'all probably do.
I just want to finish up just real quick. So if it has been throughout Christian history, the belief that Jesus is God, and then now 5 seconds ago, some Christian now starts arguing that Jesus is not God, And then you're going to say, well, that's a perfectly legitimate Christian argument, and it could easily be just as accurate as that Jesus is God. I'm going to go ahead and say, yes, scientifically, it's highly likely to be accurate that Jesus is not God. Absolutely. I think that side has the better scientific argument. But it does mean that whatever is being constructed as Christianity for the vast majority of history until 5 seconds ago has now done a 180 and is now saying the exact opposite thing, which means it has no doctrinal force, or these new people aren't Christians.
But both of those things would be false. Because that's an appeal to history fallacy. You're saying, or appeal to tradition fallacy. There's lots of different naturalistic fallacy. I don't remember exactly, but there's lots of different versions here.
How do you cash out the word Christian?
Well, Christianity is, if it's true, whatever the truth is Christianity, and everything else is
a Christian if you believe in the truth.
No. I mean, if suppose Christianity was true, whatever the actual.
We're
truth
not
of the Bible
supposing Christianity is true.
No, that's irrelevant to the argument. So the argument here is, if Christianity is true, if there is one true version of Christianity, then whoever adheres to that doctrine is a Christian. Whatever.
And everybody else is not.
Correct. However, if Christianity was true, however that God-defined Christianity would be Christian. And
using your idiolect, you're correct.
Hold up. So if
no, I don't want to I want to continue to argue this point. Using your idiolect, you're correct. I just don't think your idiolect is the way most people talk.
I don't care how most people talk. This is just a fact of philosophy. You don't get to disagree.
Yes, you obviously don't care how people use words. That's fine. Go forward. Let's go forward.
No, you're again diffusing the actual point that I just debunked you on. That I'm trying to help people rationalize here. That what you just said is just objectively wrong. It's just a common fallacy, a common appeal to tradition fallacy. The fact
that it's independently wrong. How do you establish that?
Who knows? That new guy would be the true Christian. It doesn't matter that for
correct, which means all the other ones were not Christians by your definition. TJump.
Stop interrupting. So if it doesn't matter if all of the past Christians are wrong, the amount of time that they spent proposing position X is irrelevant. The amount of people who defended position X is irrelevant. No amount of time or amount of people or amount of doctrinal support that they tried to provide for it is ever going to be evidence that the new guy is wrong. It's not. And so making an argument that past Christians argued X and new Christians argue Y, therefore both are equally as unsupported, is just a appeal to history fallacy. It's not true. You have to address the arguments on their own merit, irrelevant to the amount of time or the amount of people who opposed it. That is just not a relevant factor. And whether you call them real true Christians and them true is just irrelevant. It doesn't matter who. It's a true Scotsman fallacy. It doesn't matter who's the true Christian. What matters is the fact that you can't say one person is wrong just because people in their camp argued the opposite in the past or for the most amount of time. That isn't a relevant factor.
Gotcha. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get back into this video. I'm sure we'll see some more stuff with Alex here that you. Sounds like you have some disagreements with his rhetoric, and so that'll be interesting to hear here.
Now, Dr. Craig is perhaps most famous for his Kalam cosmological argument, which seeks to establish these facts, that everything which begins to exist has a cause, that the universe had a beginning, and that therefore the universe had some kind of cause. And if the universe is the totality of all space-time and matter, then the cause of the universe must be spaceless, timeless, immaterial, and so on. Most attention in this argument is given to the second premise, that is, that the universe began to exist.
Okay, and there's a super chat from Curt. Greatly appreciated, sir. He just did a 10-minute mute on TJump. I'll start the timer now. And Alex was making a good point here. And maybe some audience member will come to the rescue. Let's see what happens here.
Now, some of you may be under the apprehension that Big Bang cosmology tells us from a scientific perspective that the universe had a first moment. That is not true. The evidence for the Big Bang is evidence that sometime around 14 billion years ago, all of space-time was condensed into a really hot, really dense state. In order to get to a first moment of the universe, You need to take the observations which show that the universe is expanding, reverse them to get to the hot dense state, and then keep going past the hot dense state. And this is what Hawking and Penrose, Stephen Hawking and Roger Penrose did in the 20th century to show that at the beginning of the universe there was what was called a singularity.
So I think this is a really good point, and this, I hope, is kind of what TJump was wanting. I mean, it's not really sitting in their position, right? Don't get me wrong. It's not taking their position, but it's still giving them something to think about because he's providing the scientific understanding of the universe. Although I know they're saying that the God created that, so it's not perfect, but he's at least explaining the scientific understanding of the universe. And I do like hearing that stuff, and I'd hope they like to learn about that stuff too, you know?
Yeah, I just don't think any of the arguments for either the beginning or the eternity of the universe have any bearing on the existence of a theist God. They might have something to do with some sort of weird pantheist or deist God, but they don't establish theism in any way.
And with the mutes and whatnot, mutes are awesome, but let's just also make sure that when we're arguing with people, it doesn't look like bullying or anything moving forwards. Anyways, let's get back into this. Just a point of moderation.
This is a genuine first moment where density goes to infinity on some models. And this would be a first moment for the universe. I just want to point out, for those who are scientifically minded here, that Roger Penrose and Stephen Hawking relied on some assumptions in order to extrapolate in that manner. 4 assumptions in particular, all of which have been, you okay? All of which, I have hay fever, I suppose we've all got something. All of which have been disputed by physicists, including Penrose and Hawking themselves, who've since disputed the very assumptions they relied upon to point to a singularity. And in fact, my friend Phil...
Okay, I don't think this is good. I don't like this part. This seems to be like taking both sides of the table now and trying to appeal to both sides now. Because shouldn't he be just responding? I don't know. What do you think about that, Curt?
It doesn't strike me as like the facts of the case of the existence of the universe don't really bear on the theist God claim at all. Like, you either have to be able to demonstrate like a specific sequence of like set of facts that demonstrate that some agent separate from the universe itself was causal in the formation of the universe, which I don't think there's any demonstration of anything like that. Or
so you're
all you're
saying
doing is
some type of empirical evidence.
Yeah.
And Tom and TJump just got unmuted. Thank you so much for the super chat, Angelfish. Greatly appreciated. That's going to be a 4-minute protection timer as well because they went over the top there. So TJump, welcome back, and you've got a 4-minute protection timer as well.
Yeah, if that happens again, I'm just going to go leave and review it on my channel. I don't have time for that. But yeah, that's what you said there was wrong. It's not. Alex is again making the same fundamental mistake. He's addressing it from the atheist perspective. He's talking about the scientific evidence of the beginning and what a beginning means from the atheist perspective. But he's not talking about what the theist means by a beginning. They're talking about the supernatural, something outside of space and time. And he's explained it in a way from a scientific perspective that, of course, could lead to a outside of space and time argument. But nothing he said explains it in a way that the theist could understand that there's a way to explain the beginning outside of space and time naturally that is equivalent to a supernatural outside of space and time explanation. So again, he's given the theist nothing to think about here. He's given them nothing to process, to address their position. All he's done is reiterate the atheist understanding of the position. And so again, even though he's eloquent, even though he's answering the questions correctly from the atheist scientific perspective, he's doing nothing to actually progress the debate and address the other side. He's doing the politician thing. This is why one of the reasons he's so popular. Politicians are popular. They talk to their base. They talk to their people, but they never try to talk from the perspective of the other side. And it's a fundamental lack of clarity that is being missed here by Alex.
So what should he say?
He should say that what William Lane Craig mean by a beginning is that there is something outside of space and time, and this can be achieved naturally without a god, because then quantum fields can be outside of space-time. There's solutions to the equations, and then you can list all the scientific stuff that he said. But notice what I did there. I started with the theist perspective, what they believe, the core of their argument. I just gave it to you. I said, what they believe by a beginning is this, and then here's how we address it. Now, he skipped the first part. He didn't explain anything from the theist perspective. He just said, oh, well, science explains the beginning by looking at the past history of the expansion of the universe, compressing it to a point, saying there's a singularity, and then Roger Penrose goes beyond this and says, oh, well, this doesn't need a beginning. None of that is contextualized for the theists, because they're like, that's all space and time. That space and time, like William Lane Craig's literally one of his arguments is that's the most clear and most like concise is anything within space and time has a beginning. The universe is within space and time. The universe had a beginning. The whole core of his argument is that it's in space and time, which enters everything Alex said from the theist perspective. And so they have nothing to think about from anything he said, because he's not addressing the extremely concise, extremely easy to understand point that Craig makes in his arguments. So you have to start with the theist position and then say that why it answers, why the things he provided answer that position, not just saying, well, science has this answer, because it doesn't help contextualize things for the theists. It doesn't give them anything to think about.
And there is a super chat from Jim. Thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciated. He says, good job, Tom. Do appreciate the super chat, sir. Oh, I do need to play the noise. You're right, Curt.
Yeah, so
Correct.
I'm just trying to sort then, what does it mean to you that there's something that's outside of space and time?
What does it mean to me? I'm not sure. So space and time are fields. Space-time is a field. It's a field in physics. And so anything outside of space-time would just be a different field. So like there could be another field of space B, or a different kind of field that functionally does something similar and acts as a transitory space for some other kind of interactions like matter and energy. So
don't
space
the
and
English
time
words out and side imply space?
No. So space-time is a field. It's like a glass of water. Could there be other glasses of water that are not space-time? Yes, it's just a different glass of water. So it can do the same thing as what space does, but be something different than space. Space-time is a field. It is a field we have labeled. There could be different things. There could be multiples of them. There could be other kinds of space, and totally fine. And it would not be space-time, because this is the same misunderstanding theists have, is when you say space-time, you are referring to the thing we experience in this universe, not any kind of medium through which stuff can transition. Space-time doesn't mean any possible medium through which stuff can transition. Space-time means the specific thing we are in right now. So there could be a different universe with a different medium through which stuff can transition through, and that would not be space-time, because it's a different field. When we talk about the universe, the same thing applies. Theists think the universe means all natural stuff everywhere. That's not the case. The universe refers to our universe, our local universe that we experience. Could there be others? Yes, there could be a multiverse. When we say universe, do we refer to those? No, because the usage in science, specifically of space-time, of matter and energy, of the universe, refers specifically to a specific thing, which is what we are currently a part of. And we don't apply those transitory to all possible conditional things. It's not a universal. This is why it's methodological naturalism, not metaphysical naturalism. We don't say universe is all natural things, or space-time is all ways to transition. Space-time is specifically only referring to the things and tests we've done in this universe for this field that we interact with, and that's it. So if there's a different field that does the same thing, but it's not literally the same field, that's not space-time anymore. It's something different.
It's located then throughout our current space-time, because it's not outside of it.
Well, no. So if it's like a different dimension, it would have no relevance to
So
our
it's
space.
not physically located where we are.
Yes. So if it's a
then
different, if
wouldn't
it's
it be
literally a different
physically
field,
separate from us, which would mean a spatial separation.
no, again, that's the same mistake you're making. This is
So it
something
is physically located here.
No, again, this is the same common misconception that Sean Carroll has addressed, that Neil deGrasse Tyson has addressed, that all the physicists addressed. They are not the same thing. You are generalizing our space-time and universalizing it to all transitory fields, which is not the way it works. So
I didn't say
literally,
anything about transitory fields. I'm just asking about the words of out and side and space.
yes, that's what I mean by transitory field. You're trying to apply that word out. Anything to which that word out replies to must be space. That's your conclusion. So you're saying if our space-time is here and there's something outside of it, oh, well, that must also be space. That's not how science works. Science is not saying, when science uses the word space-time, all of the equations to which space-time refers only work for our space-time, the thing in our universe. If there's something outside of it, now I understand the word outside seems like it implies space, but it's not space-time. Space-time is one field that exists in our universe. Does it exist in all universes? No, not necessarily. Is it the only space-time? No, not necessarily. Could there be other types of space? Yes, there could. Could there be something different than space that functionally does the same thing? Yes, there could. So you're generalizing the term space to apply to everything universally to all multiverses when it doesn't work that way. Science is limited to our universe. So when we talk about space-time in science, it only refers to the one field in our universe. It may or may not apply to other universes. It may or may not apply to other fields. Those are not
made
claims
that point several times, but
And
I'm talking
real
about words.
fast. I think you. So Kim, thank you so much for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. I think you just answered their question. They were asking if you had any, or that it sounds like you
Yes.
did provide.
No, I have
some,
not
do you
answered
have
the
any,
question.
Oh,
So
but do you have any evidence to think any field other than space-time could possibly exist? And then they're saying this assumption is smuggled in order to special plea.
No, so it's a logical possibility. There's no logical contradiction. The evidence is the fact that they solved the general and special relativity equations without the use of space-time, showing that the same thing can be achieved by other possible fields. This is something Sean Carroll talks about a lot. It's very common in physics. Space and time are not considered fundamental. Like, nobody considers them fundamental. Not a fundamental thing. And that's a very, like, the majority position in physics. So yes, there's tons of evidence mathematically, like it's theoretical evidence. We don't have any proof or whatever, but nobody thinks space and time is the only field that can use or cause interactions. It's just not a thing in physics. This was solved a long time ago. And this is the same intuition that the theists are glomming onto to try to justify William Lane Craig's arguments and their beliefs. And so it's incredibly important. This is like one of the key points that we should be talking about. And that I doubt Cosmic Scepter is ever going to bring this up. It's just not a thing, because he's not trying to bring up novel arguments or actual understandings of the issues. He's just
I don't think we should be speculating on their psyche or what's going on behind the scenes. I think we should just be responding to the arguments that are being made, and it sounds like you had some good critiques of the arguments that are being made, but I don't think we should be speculating about like what they're thinking coming into this like that, you know?
What do you mean? Which
just thinking about like what he's thinking behind the scenes.
You mean like Cosmic Skeptic? I don't think he's like deliberately being manipulative. I think he's just talking from the atheist perspective, that he's not.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
I just am trying to avoid speculating on people's motives and stuff in these.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And Frosty, thank you so much for the support, sir. Greatly appreciated with the super chat. He says, good job on getting your monetization back, tacos. Looking forward to more panels every day. $10. Also, Curt, it's conscious being based, so it's conscious being based, so it's realm dependent. Oh, okay. Thank you, Frosty. That makes sense for sure. Greatly appreciate it.
It's gotta be Frosty Cinedude, right?
Yeah, it's Frosty.
I
love Frosty. He's awesome. He has seen or been in the chat like every show for the last like year, dude. He is awesome. I like Frosty. And he's been on the panel a bunch. He's so funny. But do you two have anything else you need to discuss here, or can I play the video a little bit more?
Sure, go for it. Yeah, I just want to clarify. I'm not saying Cosmic Skeptic is being deceptive. I'm critiquing where he could improve his arguments if he actually made an effort to communicate the theist position.
Gotcha. I'm with you.
Halper, who was never far away from these discussions, either intellectually or physically, hi Phil, conducted a survey recently. 2 of them, actually. The most recent one, I believe, the largest collection of physicists ever surveyed, or at least it was replicated. And the survey asked a number of questions to leading experts. And the only question that got majority consensus, at about 2/3, the only one, was that the Big Bang is not the first moment of the universe. It is a hot, dense state 14 billion years ago. We don't know if or what came before that hot state. It's simply not something that we can measure. So, scientifically, we're not on sort of solid ground. But Dr. Craig...
So that is an interesting statement right there in the middle of this debate. What are y'all's thoughts on the continuation of this scientific argument and then the conclusion of that portion of his response to Mr. Craig, Dr. Craig?
Well, I'd like to hear...
Craig.
I wanted to hear what he said, but Dr. Craig, because I think he gave a introduction to his point, but he hasn't made his point yet.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is more fond, I think, of putting forward philosophical reasons why the universe must have had a beginning. And these rely on the impossibility of an actual infinite. That if the universe had an infinite past, that would mean that you would have had to traverse an infinite number of moments in order to get to the present. I think I'm fair in saying that this is one version of an argument you would give to say why we would say that the universe has a finite past. Is that, plausibly, in order to get to the present, you have to complete the past. But if the past is infinite, you'd have to complete an infinite series. You can't do that. And so you would never arrive at the present. And yet here we are at the present.
You can pause there for sure. So his intro was that the evidence of science doesn't say the Big Bang is a beginning, and that he gave the the Phil Survey's paper, or probably a physics one, probably not the Phil Survey's paper, a physics consensus that the Big Bang isn't the beginning. It's just an unknown. It's just a thing, a factor.
Yeah, it's a survey that Phil Halper and his co-author did.
Right, and so I would ask again, does this give the Christians anything to think about? If you were a Christian, what's the first thing if you would think if he said, okay, so the Big Bang isn't the beginning, or doesn't have evidence of it being the beginning or not? If you're a Christian, what's the first thing you think?
They're going to say it's God.
It's God. That's right. Of course, it's not a beginning. In order to try to be a counter argument to Craig's position, to say this is a beginning, you don't need God. You need to say, you don't need God. Here's why. Because if you don't, you just say, here's some data we have.
Excuse me.
Say, God done it. God done it. Explanation. Clearly, I mean, obviously, it was God who did it. That answers the question. You have a question, you have an answer. Problem solved. So does he give anything for the theist to think about? No, because he's not addressing the theist position. He's addressing the atheist position. He's talking about it from the atheist perspective and what the scientists would say. He doesn't talk to it from the perspective of the other side. The first thing I like Curt's question when he asked me, how would I say it? What would I think he should say? He should say this. He should say, William Lane Craig and the theists think that there needs to be a beginning. And that beginning needs to be supernatural of some kind. It can't be natural. Why? Can there be an infinite regressive natural? Yes. Can there be an ultimate natural? Yes. Can we have those things without a God? Yes. So that's all you need to say. And then you can give evidence or examples from philosophy and science and say, these could be things. And
so, yeah, it sounds like you're saying that whatever the probability space you carve up, all those possibilities are consistent with there either being a God or not being a God, right?
Sort of, but not exactly. Because I want to say that specifically with what Craig is saying can be answered both with a God and without a God. So I want to make it very specific and say, Craig says you need to have a beginning outside of space-time. Can we have that with a natural thing? Yes, here's how. But the problem with what cosmic skeptic is doing is he is simply listing the perspective of science and philosophy. He's saying, here's what science and philosophy say, here's the evidence, and he's not drawing a connection between how that answers the question from the theist perspective. And that's the biggest failure of the way he communicates, in my opinion.
Sorry, I had my mic muted because if I'm talking, and anyways, it's just issues with this animated avatar. Sorry about it.
Therefore, the universe had to have had some kind of beginning. There are other reasons to think that infinities of this kind can't obtain in reality. Dr. Craig is famous for relying upon David Hilbert's famous analogy or imagery of an infinite hotel, a hotel with an infinite number of rooms, and all of those rooms are full. And yet if somebody showed up to this infinite hotel and desired a room, and were told that every single room in the hotel was full, it's easy. All you have to do is tell the person in room number 1 to move to room number 2. That one's occupied, so the person in room number 2 moves to room number 3, and number 3 moves to 4, and 4 to 5, and so on. And everyone just moves up, and since it's an infinite hotel, there's always a next number for them to move into. And then the new guest just moves into room number 1. And so, as Craig has sometimes put in the past, the hotel would have to have a sign outside that says, no vacancy, rooms available. Which, of course, seems like a contradiction.
So that's definitely an interesting thought experiment. What are y'all's thoughts on that?
He hasn't gotten to his conclusion yet. I think so. He's done. I hate how he does this. He's, like you said, he's very eloquent, and so he does a build up. He has a conversational build up where he's building the narrative, and he's making it eloquent and sound nice. And he said nothing of value yet, and that's essentially where we've gotten to. We've gotten to he's done the build up, and now he's about to give an argument, but he hasn't said anything yet. Where I absolutely hate this. It's extremely popular. It's extremely good at getting views and getting an audience because it's narrative driven. It's like the Bible. It gives people a narrative that they like to follow, but it doesn't actually get to the point and address the question. I hate the way he talks because I just waste so much time just listening. Just skip, give me the argument. But that's where we are. He's just done the build up. Now I can predict the mistake he's going to make here.
What would be your prediction?
So he's just spent all this time giving the Hilbert hotel argument, and now he's going to say, but it's actually, this doesn't apply to reality because of blah, 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 blah. Who cares? What does this do to give the Christian something to think about? Nothing. How many of the Christians in the audience, in the watching online, understand Hilbert's hotel and understand the correlation that has with reality? And he's going to say, here's why that argument doesn't, it's a false analogy, it doesn't apply to reality, and reality works in this way, X, Y, and Z, therefore that argument doesn't apply to reality. How does that answer the question the theist is asking? Like first, what is the question the theists are asking? Can an infinite regress exist in reality? That's the question that Alex is alluding to here. And his answer that he's trying to provide is the scientific one, the one that, like, no, that argument doesn't apply to reality. Okay, how does that get the theist to think about things? It doesn't, because you're not answering it from the theist perspective. From the theist perspective, they want to know how in a natural world without a God making a decision to start something, can there be a clock or some physical process that leads to a start? Oh, it can't, because that's another physical process. So he needs to explain how you can have, again, something outside of space and time that is natural, that can start space and time. That's, if you do that, problem solved. You give the theist something to think about. You say, oh, there can be a natural, necessary being that isn't a God, and it's just a natural quantum field that exists outside of space and time, and it can create space and time. So the beginning, which is a necessary being that exists outside of space and time, can be done with a natural thing, and that's how you have a beginning to space and time. And now the theists have something to think about. Now they say, oh, we can do this, and you'd have to give a justification in science, can this be done? And the way you would do that is you'd say, there are different models of physics, like Carroll's is more of like an infinite regress with the string theory thing. But I'd say something like a quantum field that is outside, that exists eternally or something. That's the one I like. And you give an example and say, here's some physics papers that justify this, and it can be a necessary being outside of space and time. Now, the reason it's sketchy to do this is because clearly that's it's a philosophical argument to jump from the physics to this. It can be a necessary being, which is exactly what Craig is doing. It's exactly what he should be doing, because it gives the theist something to think about. It gives a stalking horse, a parallel mirror argument to what Craig is making, which is exactly what you want to do, because then the theist can see, oh, here's what we believe, and here's what he's saying, and they look identical. And so it makes sense to them. Oh, maybe this could explain it. And now, of course, you're copying from my worldview, but that's easily addressed later. But that's what you should be doing. You need to make a parallel to what they understand, because that'll help them to understand your position better. Simply saying it from the atheist scientific perspective doesn't help them to understand it better. It doesn't help them to see an alternative.
I'm with you. And with the atheist presuppositional apologetics, there are some lines that I use that I probably shouldn't say, but not in a bad way, just they're kind of off topic, right? But anyways, let's get back into this here, and let's see if your prediction is correct. And Curt, do you have anything you'd like to jump in with? You've been silent for a little while.
No, it just seems like, yeah, I agree with TJump that like all the probability space is compatible with either a God or no God. So.
Oh, you just muted it, and you were kind of loud there, like 20% too loud.
Sorry. So yeah, I just think all the probability space is taken up on either side, and it doesn't decide one direction or the other whether there's a God.
Gotcha. And just so that everybody knows where I'm at, I kind of agree with TJump on what he was saying there. I mean, I hold a pretty similar position. It's either like a quantum field or quantum wave function or something like that, probably. Something super or as simple as it gets, right? But no, I dig what you were saying there, TJump. It does get people thinking. I've had those conversations. I've seen the gears turning, or I've heard the gears turning throughout the conversation. I know exactly what you're saying there. All right, let's get back into this.
I think that man is the one who needs the cup of tea.
Time it can make anybody a bit sick. The problem I see with this is that it relies upon assumptions that might. Do we have?
They are having quite a coughing fit. I hope they're all okay after that.
I think if you press the right arrow like 2 times, you should be good. 2-3 times.
Yeah, I just bumped it up like 15 more seconds.
Either full means that it can take no more guests, in which case Hilbert's hotel simply isn't full, because it can take new guests. So maybe by full, what we mean is every room is occupied. That's fine. Okay, every room is occupied, but you can also acquire new guests. That's true even in non-infinite examples. Like if I had a finite hotel and every single room was full, but if a new guest came into the room, into the hotel, I could just build a new room for them. I could say, no vacancy, at least every room is full, and yet new guests can be admitted. So the idea that every room being full and it being impossible to admit new guests are the same thing is not true. Even trivially in the case of that finite hotel. But because we're so used to them coming together, it seems that when they don't, we're in some unintuitive contradiction. But I don't think concepts like Hilbert Hotel are contradictory so much as they're simply unintuitive. And bear in mind that when we are forced into extreme philosophical circumstances, we are very often asked to give up some of our most foundational intuitions. The Christian asks us.
So I think we can address some of what he says here, because it sounds like he's going into another point. So what do y'all think about the point he's made so far?
I would say that so far he's just done exactly what he said. He's explaining Hilbert's Hotel in a way that literally no one in the audience who isn't a philosopher understands. He's like saying, oh, Hilbert's Hotel, having infinites, and you can add to infinites, and infinites are weird. Therefore, this argument doesn't apply to reality. He hasn't gotten to that part yet, or at least not directly. But Same thing. He's just
No,
saying.
he basically said it though.
Oh yeah. Well, I think he's about to say it right now. I think that's where he's going.
Right.
I mean, this argument has a lot of force because we have a lot of people come on the stream and they'll say that the thing that convinced them there was a god was Hilbert's Hotel. So I don't know.
That seems weird. I don't think literally. I think.
Has anyone done that? I don't know if I've heard. Maybe I forgot. I've talked to a lot of people on here.
No, not one person has ever said that.
Oh, he was being sarcastic.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't think I've heard that. yeah. You're right. But they have used the sniper analogy that is popular amongst apologists, right?
Sure.
Not to say that it convinced them there was a god, just to try to argue for God.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's a Pluto in the back. Pluto, can you type in YouTube chat or message me on Discord, please, before I pull you up?
To believe that God is one and yet three at the same time, which many people find profoundly unintuitive, and most of the time is defended as a kind of mystery of faith that we'll never properly understand. We have to put our intuitions on the shelf and accept that this must be true. In the quantum realm, we're told that particles can be particles and waves at the same time, that superposition is a thing. That superposition is a thing that that things can be in the same place, so that two things can be the same place at one time, all kinds of assumptions that don't seem to make sense. Now, I think that infinity is surely one of the kinds of pressures that we would expect to upset our intuitions in that regard. On the point of the finite universe, could the universe have an infinite past? I really like this thought about having to traverse an actually infinite number.
He might be too eloquent.
He's getting there. He's almost at the. He's about to make the argument.
Eloquent. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's eloquent. Yeah, you might be right. He might be too eloquent. This is like, because most people remember about like the last minute of what you've been talking to when you've been talking to them, right? Maybe minute and a half. I feel like I don't know the exact timer, but it feels like that, right? I think that it's much harder to talk for like 2 minutes and have people keep up with you, you know?
Well, yeah, like think about it, the way a preacher talks versus the way someone who like I talk. The preacher is going to say things that the audience already knows or understands because they relate to it, they engage with it, they have already all of the information in the back of their brain to make it fit into their worldview. That's what Alex is doing. And again, I'm not saying he's being devious in any way. What he's doing, he's talking to the atheists. He's saying, atheists, here are things you've heard that are responses to this that make sense to you and sound really good to you. And he's saying it in a very eloquent, very sophisticated, very British accent way. But nothing he's saying is giving the theists something to think about. He's not telling the theists anything that give them a response. Like you said, people only remember a couple sentences or a couple seconds of what you said. Are the theists going to remember anything he said? Are the theists who haven't studied Hilbert's Hotel going to have any idea what he said or be able to tie that into how that answers the question of the debate? No, there's 0% chance that any theists are going to listen to what he said, tie that to the arguments that is being made, and then be able to see that there's an alternative that is equal or better to the theist answer. The theist answer is very simple to them. They already have the background information. Providing all of this gunk of eloquent, nuanced, philosophical gibberish does nothing to help the theist, does nothing to address the position from the other side.
And there's an interesting, I'm not sure if Leo is responding to the chat or O'Connor. I think he's responding to O'Connor, but he says quantum mechanics says none of that. So I think he's responding to what he's been saying. And Pluto, I don't see any activity on the channel from you previously, and you have no activity on your channel. I'm sorry, man. I'm not going to be pulling you up.
Have you had like issues with people? Was that like you don't pull them up because of?
I'm just playing it safe.
Number of moments in order to get to the present. Right? This is my favorite argument because it's just so intuitive. How could we arrive at the present if you had to complete an infinite to get to the present? My question is this: an infinite number of what? Because, of course, potential infinites. Jack Symes, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
hello.
And Leo was responding to O'Connor. So Leo is pretty studied up on quantum mechanics, and he's saying that O'Connor's explanation of quantum stuff was incorrect.
What was his? I don't remember specifically saying anything about quantum mechanics.
Let me find Leo's message real fast. It's here somewhere. Maybe. Oh, there's a lot of messages. He says quantum mechanics says none of that.
Ask Leo what specifically he's referring to when, like, what did O'Connor say that was he's objecting to, and then we can keep going until we hear back.
Gotcha. And Will, can you either message me in Discord or type something in the YouTube chat, please? I see you in the back there.
I'm on, aren't I? I poisoned Johnny Thompson so I could get my seat back as host. It's worked out pretty well. For this,
Further subdivided into individual moments.
Thank you.
And then I stopped and I thought, well, what works there?
events.
Maybe events. What's an event? I mean, okay, so I pick up this glass, that's an event, but that event can be subdivided. It's the event of my cognizing the glass and moving my arm and lifting it up and the friction between the fingers and the cup. Okay, so maybe just the event of, you know, the friction rubbing against the cup. But that event occurs across a period of time, and it can be further subdivided into individual moments. Like, events can always be subdivided into smaller events as long as they persist through time. You can keep dividing the time in half and say that it's made up of further moments. Okay, so maybe like moments then. But what's a moment? Like, what are we actually talking about here? Are we talking about, maybe we're talking about some measure of time. Maybe we would say something like, well, take...
Do you think he might be doing this for Craig, trying to get William Lane Craig to think about his position, or what's like the goal of going into such detail? Not goal, but like why would somebody go into such detail? Not like speculating on motives, but like besides maybe like, do you think he thinks this is convincing, or do you think this directly refutes his argument, or like why would somebody present an argument like this in such long form?
It's habit. The way he talks is conditioned because of how he's been successful. Like, the way he talks is like a pastor.
We probably shouldn't be speculating.
No, this is not, again, this is not a psychological thing. The way he talks is been reinforced, like, evolutionarily, because he's been successful. And so the way he talks is kind of like Christopher Hitchens in a lot of ways, doing a lot of verbose storytelling like a pastor. And people like that. People are attracted to that, and they follow that. So the way he's talking is the things that have been reinforced to him by people who view his channel because they really like the way he talks. He, like you said, like at the very beginning of this debate, he's very, very, like, the way, I forget what the word you used, but he's very eloquent in the way he talks. And that's why he's doing this, because it's a very attractive way to convey information to people who like you. But it does absolutely nothing to convey the information that is important. And so he's not deliberately misleading people. He's just been trained to, through evolutionary means, to prioritize a means of communication that is very evolutionarily compelling to people, and has not specifically designed his communication style to elucidate the point. And that's why he's doing this. Not because of deliberate line or whatever. He just hasn't learned how to do it. He's learned how to talk pretty. He hasn't learned how to communicate effectively.
Yeah, I mean, there's something I say on the channel a lot, and maybe that's correct, maybe it's not. I don't know, but I oftentimes say to people, if you can't explain it to them like they're in 10th grade, you probably either don't understand it, or you need to work on figuring out how to explain it to them like they're in 10th grade. You know, and he obviously understands it, so he probably needs to work on how to explain stuff to people like they're in 10th grade so the general audience will understand it. This debate only had like 4,000 views or something. I'm kind of shocked. This is two massive names. I was shocked, man. And then Leophilius responded to the quantum. He said quantum objects can be both particles and waves. False, they're always waves. And that things can exist in two places at once, which is also false. That's not what superposition is. So he's commenting in response to Alex, saying that his explanation of the quantum stuff was incorrect.
Yeah, I agree. So like the two places at one things, he's probably referring to quantum collapse that could go faster than the speed of light between two particles, which is not two things. There's not one thing being at two places at once. Or maybe he's talking about like the wave collapse that can go over a wall or something, like a particle being a wave, and it can go through the wall, and it can be both in front of the wall and after the wall at the same time because it's a wave. So it's not actually in two places at once. The wave is just accruing a large space and still just one thing. So yeah, Leophilius is right.
And Curt, you've got a little bit of background noise right now.
Yeah, sorry, it's my air conditioning. It's really hot here. But
no worries.
But I would just defer to Leophilius's interpretation generally, and just recognize that I don't even have the ability to make a coherent statement here. But I don't think that, however this shakes out, it has anything to do with whether the Christian God exists.
And I do have to thank Puggles for the massive $100 Australian super chat. Thank you so much, Puggles. That is greatly appreciated. I sincerely appreciate that. And it's wonderful to see you and everybody else. I've been kind of quiet because they've been talking, but I saw a bunch of new names in chat. Not new names, but people that are coming back. The Hunt, Nitty, Austin, who else? Obviously Puggles. Good to see everybody. Thank you all for being here. I hope you all are having a spectacular evening. And I do have to play this at least once. I know there were a few I missed there. Get back into this debate unless either of you two have any more comments here. All right, well, let's get back into this. And thank you so much again, Puggles. Greatly appreciate it.
Seconds, or hours. That's fine. Maybe an infinite number of hours. Well, what's an hour? Of course, an hour is ultimately based on our orbiting around the sun. But you could say, okay, but if the sun disappeared, we could still keep counting as if it were there and keep the timer going. Except for the fact that time doesn't work like that. And time doesn't flow at the same rate at every point in the universe. In fact, the people sat on the bottom row down here are aging more slowly than the people at the top. Congratulations. As Einstein showed us. And so I'm actually not entirely sure what things we're talking about that would need to be infinite and therefore unable to obtain in reality in order to have an infinite past. Now, don't get me wrong, I understand the intuition. It still seems like a hard pill to swallow that the universe might have been past infinite. But it's a pill that many people swallow, not discluding, by the way, a certain Greek.
I see you nodding your head. Let me respond to one of these super chats real fast, and then I'll let you respond. Doombase says, sorry you sneezed, Tom. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat, sir. Greatly appreciated. And I saw you nodding your head there. It looks like you might have a comment on something he's saying there.
I'm just in pain because he's going down a list of, oh, maybe it's an event, oh, maybe it's an hour, oh, maybe it's a thing. Like, why are you going down this is like reading the Bible or Lord of the Rings. This is Thor, son of Glowin, son of Blowin. Like, who cares? Get the point.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely going into this this is taking him quite a while to get to the point. And I feel like he could have mentioned these because William Lane Craig kind of just mentioned the different arguments, I think he could have kind of done the same thing rather than explaining them all and had the same impact, at least to William Lane Craig. And if they needed to dig into something, they could have dug into something. But this is quite the explanation, although it is very eloquent. Mr. O'Connor, you are very eloquent, sir. I wish I could speak like you.
So just to jump in there, I think what he should have done, he should have said, kind of like what Curt's making, all of the arguments Craig says can be explained naturally without a God, equal or better to a God. Start with that. So now all of the subsequent things he says are building towards something that the theist can understand. Then he can say, here's one of Craig's arguments. Here's how it's explained naturally better than a god. And then you can give a bunch of all the scientific philosophy stuff. The audience doesn't need to understand it. What they need to understand is how it relates to a core argument that counters their position, which Alex hasn't presented. He should have started with, we can explain all of these things without a god better than a god. Here's how. And then he can give all of his floofy philosophy,
scientific explanation and philosophical argumentation behind that,
or all of his robust verbiage that doesn't really do anything. He could have given all of that after that, because what matters is, does the audience understand why this information is important? They don't really need to understand the philosophy. If they do, great. If they don't need to, because you've already made a connection between why you're providing this information and the reason that it debunks their position, which Alex hasn't done. He hasn't given them a defeater that they can understand. He's trying to provide the scientific philosophical answer to Craig's question, which is complex and hard to understand and not intuitive. And it's not the correct way to make progress for the opposing side. He's talking to the atheists.
It's an interesting way to look at it. You just don't think he's even thinking about, or you think he's not positioning himself correctly in the debate. And Curt, you got any thoughts on this so far? Sounds like you might be quiet there. All right, we'll get back into this.
Marble sculpture you may have heard of, called Aristotle, who himself made this important distinction between actual and potential infinities, and thought that actual infinities were something that couldn't obtain in reality. And yet Aristotle believed that the universe had an eternal past. He believed that the past stretched infinitely, it stretched infinitely into the past, that the universe did. And so it seems to me unclear. I mean, that the two assumptions built into that particular point, in other words, are that actual infinities are impossible, and that a past infinite universe would count as an actual infinity. Dr. Craig, I also know, is a proponent of the A theory of time.
I mean, I don't know what to say other than it's taking him way too long to get to the point. I mean, we keep saying this, but this is very, very, very wordy explanation to get to the point, and he kind of just touched on it. I mean, okay. You got any more thoughts on this?
No, you're exactly right. He's not. Well, I mean, the one thing I would say is that unless someone's sitting here telling you why isn't he getting to the point, a lot of the atheist listener, oh, he sounds so eloquent. Oh, he sounds so good. Oh, he's making all these points that make sense to me. And you really need someone to sit there and be like, no, why is this taking so long? Why isn't he talking to the other side? Because if you're already on the atheist perspective, usually what he says sounds really good, and it's hard to acknowledge why it's not helping the other side unless you have someone who understands the other side. Like, how does this relate?
All right, I'm with you. I guess Curt has no thoughts right now, so or not.
Sorry,
nothing to share.
Yeah, no, I got a lot of noise here, so I was muted for the noise to die down. But the main thing that I would say is, obviously, when Craig does his opening, he's giving you like basically a Gish Gallop, right? He's giving you all these different arguments. And so when you're arguing against him, you do either have to try to Gish Gallop back and quickly dispose of each of them, or pick one fatal flaw. And
is a cumulative case argument a Gish Gallop, though?
Yeah, I think it is.
So you think any cumulative case argument would be a Gish Gallop?
I think anytime you do an opening in a debate and you make 9 points, or no, 10 points, that's like kind of a Gish Gallop. It's really hard for an audience. I sincerely doubt
that. Because this cumulative case was 6 of those points, right?
No, it was 10 points. 6 points of the external case, and then 4 points of the internal case.
That's what I'm saying. His cumulative case was 6 of those, though. It was 6 of those arguments.
No, because the Jesus case is an additional 4 points.
Yeah. But I'm saying that a large portion, like over half of that, is the single cumulative. He's saying that these 6 arguments make one argument, basically.
But
so
they don't.
I don't know if I would agree, because I think the key factor for a Gish Gallop is like presenting a lot of bad arguments that just take a lot of time to address, and you win by the inability of the opponent to try to address all of the bad arguments. Whereas Craig is not presenting bad arguments. Like he's presenting very well thought out philosophical arguments that he has defenses for. He's not just presenting a whole bunch of crap to make sure Alex doesn't have time to address it. So I wouldn't call this a Gish Gallop, even though I understand your point of presenting a lot of information can be bad in debate or unscrupulous in a debate. I don't think Craig is doing that. He's just saying
abandon the taxonomy of the Gish Gallop. It's fine. It's a lot of arguments. So when you're responding to it, you're either going to focus on one specific point and try to get really deep on it, or you're going to try to address all of them. And it seems like Alex is trying to address all of them. And whether that's successful or not really depends on who the person listening to it is. And I would agree that I don't think it would move the needle much for a committed theist to hear his responses here. I agree with TJump on that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think a better way for him to address exactly what you said, the fact that Craig presented a whole bunch of arguments. What you should say is everything Craig said, all of those things can be addressed with a natural explanation without a God, better than a God, very easily. Let me take what I think is the strongest one, and then here's how. And if you say, like, ask Craig, what is the strongest one? I'll beat that one and show you how it's easy to explain without a God. That undercuts all of his arguments all at once, because you're saying, give me the strongest one, I'll show you I can beat that. Then I can obviously beat all the other ones. So
I disagree with that. I think you would still have to beat a few of them, because he's presenting a cumulative case argument, which has 6 arguments. So if, say, you defeat the Kalam, that's not going to do anything. It's only a 1/6 of it, right? I mean, you still have a lot of groundwork to do to get through the rest of his stuff, right? Because it's a cumulative case argument. He's still saying he could still value those 5 arguments remaining stronger than the non-God hypothesis, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a good point, because the cumulative case argument is the culmination of all the arguments together, which I think is not a good way to do things. But you're right.
I agree with you. I'm sure there's some times where it could be useful, but in apologetics, no way, right? I agree.
It's a scapegoat. It's a scapegoat to say, even if you beat this one argument, it works together with the other one, so it's still okay. But I would say that the reason I would say, give me your best argument and I'll start with that one, no matter how many you get through, because you're going to be able to get through more than one in a debate. And if you get through 2 or 3 and all of them you provide good answers for, and you say, I can explain all of them better without a God, then every one you do successfully answer or give a challenge to that the theist has to think about is evidence to your position. It makes your position look better and his position look worse, because it frames the conversation in such a way that you can say, I can lift 100 pounds. Here, I'll do it. And then you do it every time that you're asked. That's great evidence. That's inductive evidence that you can do exactly what you said you can do. And it undercuts the number of arguments he presents, because all you have to do is be able to address each one that you have time to address, and that is good enough to be able to lend credence that you can address all of them without actually having to address all of them.
Right. All right, let's get back into this. Hopefully here he'll finish this without too much more verbosity. Is that the right word, verbosity?
I think you are too faithful.
I might be using the wrong word there.
Well, no, you're using the right word, but I don't think he's ever.
I'm too faithful in him. I got you.
Yeah.
And there are, broadly speaking, 2, but there are more, but people talk about 2. There's this A theory of time. The present is all that exists. The past does not exist. The future does not exist. All that exists is the present moment. I also have some trouble with that, because I don't know what the present moment is. I don't know when it occurs or how long it lasts. It's very difficult to actually pin that down. It's like an infinitely thin barrier between the past and the present. It's very hard to pin down. The other theory is the B theory of time, which says that time is a dimension of space. Many people interpret Einstein's relativity in this way. I know that Dr. Craig does not. And in doing so is in the minority of interpreters of general relativity in...
I just want to point out that that's a pretty strong point he's making. He's pointing out, I don't know that William Lane Craig does interpret that differently, but if that's true, that's a pretty strong point, saying that you are a philosopher and a theologian, and you are veering away from the standard scientific explanation of this major thing that we know very well.
I'm pretty sure that Craig was an A theorist, like in the 2000s and maybe up until 2015. But I think I had heard something about him changing his view, but I'm not sure. When was this recorded?
April, I think.
Oh, so yeah, hopefully he'll have a chance to respond if he's no longer an A theorist.
So my problem with this is that it goes back to the same thing of before, just giving a whole bunch of science without explaining why this answers the question. It doesn't matter whether Craig is an A theorist or not. It doesn't matter what the scientific consensus is or not. What matters is does the audience understand why the information he's presenting counters their position? So, Taco, why does what Cosmic Accepted just said, that there's two different theories of time, A theory and B theory, and Craig's an A theory, why does that debunk Craig's argument? Can you
Yeah, because there's not guaranteed to be a beginning.
Not guaranteed to be a beginning. And
yeah, it's not there's not necessarily a beginning. There's not necessarily a first cause. It may not have began to exist at any point.
Right, and so that's the argument Alex made. Oh, maybe B theory of time. It's all just existing at the same time. And to a theist, does you think that sounds rational, or do you think they're going to be like, that doesn't make any sense? What Craig said makes sense.
They'll possibly agree with Craig.
So yeah, so how? What does that give them to think about? What is it? Why does that? Try? How is he?
Oh, you're saying because they already disagree with the consensus and agree with Craig?
I'm saying something more important. I'm saying, what has Alex presented that shows that the information he's providing is an equal or better explanation than the theist's position? That's the key. That's what you got to do in a debate. If they have a position and you're presenting an alternative, you have to show why your alternative is equal or better. Now, the only thing he said is, oh, he's not in the consensus position. That doesn't help. They're going to be like, oh, you're just appealing to the authorities. You have to explain why that the B theory of time, or that time not being a continuous series of present moments, is relevant to it being able to be explained without a God. I mean, he hasn't done that. He's just answering the question from a scientific perspective. Here's how science answers the question. It doesn't help for the exact same reason I listed before. He has not given a core, this can be explained without God, here's why. Like, that statement is so important at the beginning of every single interaction with these arguments.
And real fast, have a good evening, Puggles and Kelly. Good to see y'all both this evening. And Frosty had a quick question for TJump. It looked like a very, very hard-hitting question. Frosty asked, and thank you, it's another $10 super chat or 1,000 INR. TJump, would you consider there being an actual before time where people lived in creation actually existing in a conscious state that happens afterwards? So effectively, people from before would live in a different form in present time overlap.
Is he asking like a reincarnation thing, or is he asking like a multiverse repeating thing?
I'll read it one more time. TJump, would you consider there being an actual before time where people live and creation actually existing in a conscious state that happens afterwards? So effectively, people from before would live in a different form in present time overlap.
So the best I can do to understand that is like karmic reincarnation, where there's a time where there's just spiritual entities and they existed, and eventually the universe formed with matter and energy, and the spiritual entities ended up inhabiting physical bodies. And sure, it's logically possible. There's no logical contradiction in it.
Thank you, Frosty, for the support. I appreciate it, man. Also, we are at 13 out of 20 on the super chat goal with what 34 minutes remaining. So if y'all are loving the stream, please consider supporting with a super chat. It does help support the show. And if you barely like the show, make sure you slam that like button. That helps a ton as well. Let's get back into this though. And thank you, Frosty, again, sir. Greatly appreciate that.
In supporting a neo-Lorentzian interpretation of general relativity, right? Now,
Neo-Lorentzian, yes.
Which retains the idea of an absolute time. I'm not convinced, in other words, that, why did I bring up general relativity? Why was I just talking about it?
I wanted to, there's two things at the beginning, what you were saying.
Why was I talking about it?
I don't know.
Oh, wow. He was so verbose that he lost his train of thought. That's not good.
He was talking about general relativity because time can be different in two places at once, and he was going to try to use how time can be different in two places at once as evidence that it doesn't have a consistent stream in the neo-Lorentzian way that he was specifically talking about here to counter Craig's argument. He was saying Craig's neo-Lorentzian interpretation is wrong because we know that time can be different in different locations, like the example he gave about the people in the front row, the people in the top row. That was the argument he was trying to give. Okay, go ahead.
Before he forgot it?
Yep.
Hopefully he can recover here. That's a big fumble.
I've just got here.
Johnny would have known. Johnny, are you listening?
Johnny's not with us anymore.
I can't remember where I was going with that.
Johnny's in a cupboard. Johnny's in a cupboard somewhere.
If I don't jump into this
But please,
conversation,
let's have it.
soon I'm going to forget all that's been said.
Can I remind just two things?
Oh, wow. That's a massive loss in the debate.
For who do you assume that's a loss?
For everybody.
So yeah,
everybody loses a point there. Everybody.
Yeah, I think that's like a unintentional insult to Cosmic.
I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just saying, like, everybody.
No, I mean,
that's like a really big point he was trying to make that would have been like massive points in his direction and had everybody thinking, and he just lost it, you know?
Oh, sure. I think I was saying that what Craig said is.
Yeah. I got you. He was saying his forgetting it in response to him. You think that was like a little bit of an insult?
Yeah, he's saying why do you keep talking? Why do you keep saying the same thing? You just keep expressing you zone on for an hour on the same point without saying anything. It's kind of implying what was going on.
Sorry, I stepped away to get a drink. What happened?
That entire buildup that Alex did, he forgot where he was going, and now they're changing topics.
Oh, that's not good.
He didn't even get a present. Like, yeah, it's not good, dude.
Did they call time on him, or did he just lose his thread?
They're just changing topics now.
Okay.
He didn't get to present his conclusion. All right, let's get back into the debate. Curt, did you want to? Oh no, you had walked away and come back. All right, let's get back into the debate.
Oh, sorry. A theory and B theory. Just really quickly, A theory and B theory. Very simple. If the past does not exist, as Dr. Craig believes that it does not, the only thing that really exists is the present moment, then to say that the past is an actual infinite seems at least not obvious to me. The future doesn't exist. The future is a potential infinite because you keep counting into the future, on and on and on and on with no end. There's no point at which it's completed and exists as a whole. That would be an actual infinite, and that would be paradoxical. But it doesn't exist yet. Now, it's complicated by the fact that the past sort of has already existed in the past, but it doesn't exist right now. If the past doesn't exist, it seems strange to me to suggest that we can count it as this sort of boxed off thing that we can point to and call an actually infinite sort of set of things. In other words, I don't know what a moment is. I don't know why an actual infinity is necessarily contradictory, and even if it's deeply unintuitive, sometimes in unusual circumstances we're asked to abandon our intuitions, and it wouldn't surprise me if in the case of the infinity this would be one of them.
All right, he got back to his point, but I feel like you made a much stronger point than he made.
Yeah, I would agree. I think maybe that was just like the best you could do in the time, but yeah, that's it sounds interesting. It sounds like an interesting philosophical critique you would bring up in a philosophical paper to try to critique Craig's position, because it is an interesting tertiary level contradiction with Craig's position if he's saying there is an actual infinite past that has progressed, but also the present moment is all that exists. But I don't really feel like that is going to create a very compelling counter argument to most theists unless you really have an intricate understanding of the argument from Craig's side. And so I think you're right that it's not a very good way to try to address the position in a debate like this.
Got anything, Curt?
Sorry, it's really loud here, so not right now.
No worries.
Two things in there I think important, Bill. One is Alex gave a sort of Zeno's paradox sort of thing when you were saying, I don't know that as well. How do you explain the infinite chain?
Well, I think it's more important, Jack, to back up and assess the accuracy of Alex's summary of the arguments, because I think a lot of the quibble here is merely semantic rather than substantive. Now, as Alex correctly suggested, the most controversial premise of the Kalam cosmological argument is the premise the universe began to exist. And in support of this premise, I offer two philosophical arguments, which Alex distinguished, but perhaps not clearly enough. The first one is based upon the impossibility of an actually infinite number of things. While
that's not responding to anything. That's like off topic.
No.
I think he's saying that there can't be infinite stuff, not that stuff can't repeat infinitely.
Well, no, because this is a response to Cosmic's argument that time can't be subdivided infinitely. So he's referring to like when Alex O'Connor said that when we say time went back infinitely, what is it exactly we're talking about? Events, hours, blah, blah, blah. So he's saying that time is an actual infinite. And it can't be. And so it is specifically in response to what Alex said here.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, maybe I'm mistaken. Okay.
Concept of actual infinity seems to be a perfectly consistent mathematical concept. Once you try to instantiate that in the real world, it results in all sorts of, I think, truly intolerable situations that suggest that an actually infinite number of things can't really exist. The second argument is independent of that.
So
what would suggest that infinity isn't possible?
The contradictions, like the Hilbert's Hotel, he's saying that there are philosophical contradictions.
I know, but I mean, obviously, he's provided he because Alex was addressing that.
I just don't get what the intolerability is. Is it the psychology of Craig that's intolerable, or is there some actual fact pattern that's intolerable?
It is the contradictions that are intolerable. The contradictions that actual infinites result in are so counterintuitive that accepting them would make it seem like you have a silly worldview. Like if you have a worldview that allows a round square or something, you'd say that's intolerable because that would mean your worldview is silly. And so Craig is saying that if you have to accept these contradictions, then your worldview is silly. And so therefore the position Alex O'Connor is providing is a silly worldview because it has to accept these kinds of contradictions.
Yeah, I would love to hear what those intolerables are.
It was like the Hilbert's Hotel saying you have an infinite number of rooms that are full, but you can, if more people show up, you can give them more rooms in the hotel. And saying that that is something you have to accept in your worldview to Craig seems ridiculous. Craig doesn't care if there's actual people in the hotel. He's making an argument that there can't be a past infinite.
Well, I'm arguing there can't be a real Hilbert's Hotel. So I guess our arguments are equivalent.
Well, no, because Craig isn't arguing for a real Hilbert's Hotel. He's arguing that there can't be a real infinite. And if you're agreeing that there can't be a real Hilbert's Hotel, then you're kind of siding with Craig that there can't be a real infinite. So you'd have to say there can be a real infinite to counter or to support Alex's position that the universe doesn't need a beginning because there can be a real infinite. Then you would have to say this contradiction that Craig is providing for real infinites of Hilbert's
I haven't
Hotel.
heard the contradiction. That's what I'm waiting for.
That's the thing. Like if you have a hotel that's full, every room is occupied, but a person comes to the hotel, they get a room.
Yeah,
but that's a contradiction because if the hotel is full, then there's no vacancy. There's no rooms available.
No, you're just equivocating on the meaning of the word full.
I don't think that actually works to address Hilbert's Hotel because it's a little more complicated than that. If every room is full, that means literally every room that exists has a person in it. So there's not really an equivocation. There's just literally, if there's a hotel, if there's rooms or a box and something's in every box.
Again, the hotel is the size of the whole universe. Like, obviously,
the size doesn't make a difference to the argument. The point of the argument doesn't care how big it is. It could be as big as you want.
It's a totally irrelevant point to whether there's a Christian God. And I don't think there's an actual contradiction in the idea of an actual infinite.
So I definitely wouldn't agree. There is, if Craig can show that actual infinites lead to contradictions, then actual infinites would be illogical to believe in. It's like the same thing we do with precept. If you show that precept leads to a contradiction, then their worldview is silly. So Craig's doing the same thing. He's saying, if you believe in an actual infinite, it leads to this contradiction, therefore your worldview is silly, which is a good argument. That's normally how we do arguments in philosophy. So it's a very good way to try to indicate that the God is a better view because he's showing that the alternative is silly.
So are you saying that Agrippa's trilemma is silly?
What? No. What does that have to do with the
infinite regress is a position of Agrippa's trilemma. That's one of the three options.
Right. One of the three options doesn't mean that they're all equivalently logically justified. So saying that Agrippa's trilemma is all of the logical possibilities doesn't mean that it's all of the evidentially supported possibilities. So those are two separate things. So Craig is arguing that if we accept infinite regress, it leads to silly contradictions. Therefore, the silly contradictions is less justified or unjustified than foundational. So he's not arguing against Agrippa's trilemma. He's not saying Agrippa's trilemma is wrong. Agrippa's trilemma just here's all of the logical possibilities. He's saying that the infinite regress one is less likely because it leads to silly beliefs, silly consequences, silly contradictions. And O'Connor is trying to argue it's not a silly contradiction because actual infinites are weird, kind of, which doesn't really help his position.
Yeah, I gotta go for a bit. I'll try to get back on later, Tacos.
Have a good one, man.
Yeah.
And there's another person in chat about that person. If it's a God debate, I'd be happy to host it. You can always reach out to me. I host debates all the time. I focus mostly on like God debates and that type of thing, though. If it's not that, just email TJump. But you can contact me in Discord. I'll just make a group chat with everybody if you want to do like a God debate or something. Let me get this going though.
That first argument, it doesn't deny.
Yeah. Just reach out to me on Discord. I'll make a group chat with everybody and we can line it all up. And you guys, him and TJump can figure out their thing and we'll set up a time and date and all that. That sound good, TJump?
Sure.
Sounds like it's a pretty good thing for you there. I don't mind setting up and hosting it. He's got to stay within TOS though. We're a family, not family friendly, but like pretty close to family friendly, right? Like PG-13-ish. What's going on, Jaziel?
What's up?
You having a good one?
Yeah, just playing Power World.
Oh, cool. That game is spectacular. I'm gonna play some more this weekend, but I gotta do real work for. Oh, fun.
Yeah,
That
see
an
you guys up
actually
there.
infinite number of things can exist, but rather says that an actually infinite number of things cannot be formed by successive addition. And this is the connection with the Zeno's paradoxes that you mentioned, Jack. The version of Zeno's paradox is called the dichotomy, says that before Achilles can cross the stadium, he has to cross halfway. But before he can cross halfway, he has to cross a quarter way. Before he can cross a quarter of the way, he has to cross an eighth of the way, and so on ad infinitum. The implication is that poor Achilles cannot even move, because before he moved any distance, he would already have to have moved half of that distance. And therefore, Zeno concluded that if reality is made up of these sorts of intervals, that motion is impossible, which is absurd, because obviously motion exists. Now, this...
So, how would y'all respond to Zeno's paradox?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't, because I'm agreeing with Craig here that Zeno's paradox is, he's saying that Zeno's paradox is an argument that actual infinite subdivisions of time aren't possible, because if they were, then you'd never be able to get through action X or something along those lines. But one, Zeno's paradox has a mathematical solution that was found like within the past 10 years. Two, we know that time isn't infinitely subdivisible because it's what is it? The P, there's a P word for it. The smallest subdivisible length of time.
Planck length.
Pascal? Planck length. Yes, the Planck length. So like, I wouldn't really address this point because it's not really super important, but I just say, yeah, we've already solved that.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it like, if like the problem with the theists, they're having an issue with like traversing an infinite amount of time, but it's like if you had an infinite amount of time, like to get from A to B, like let's say to get from point A to point V requires an infinite amount of time, and then you traversed an infinite amount of time, then the amount required to get to A to B, you have that amount of time. Like the amount of time was traversed because you had the amount of time that was needed.
Only if you start with the smaller infinity. So like there's different sizes of infinities. And so if Craig is trying to make an argument that if you put a smaller infinity in front of a bigger infinity, you never reach the bigger infinity, which would be true. And you're arguing that if you use two infinities of the same size, starting with one will always end with the full completion of the set. So it starts with an end. There's a word for that. Aleph null level infinity, which you're right, but Craig's making an argument that there's two different sizes of infinity, one smaller, one's bigger, and if you're in the smaller one, you'll never reach the end of the bigger one.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is all like outside of my realm of knowledge. I'm just regurgitating other stuff I've heard.
Gotcha. And if that guy that was talking about TJump wants to call in, and if he's looks like he might be a debater. We don't have a theist on the panel. That would be nice to have a theist opinion on some of this, because that would create some additional back and forth on some of this.
Version of the Kalam cosmological argument is just like the dichotomy paradox, except you pull out the initial point, because Achilles has a starting point, but an infinite past, as incomprehensible as this seems, has no starting point. So you just mathematically pluck out that initial point and push it back to infinity. Instead of descending intervals like 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, you make all the intervals equal, and they go back to infinity without beginning. And that does nothing to suggest how that infinite past could have been traversed one interval at a time. Now, Alex, you ask, well, what are those things that are traversed?
So I think Alex is going to respond to this here. But do you have any thoughts on what he's saying?
Well,
either of y'all?
He was just doing exactly what I told Jaziel. He's saying there's two infinites. One's a smaller one, one's a bigger one. And if you get rid of the starting point, like the starting infinite, that's essentially reducing the size of one, so it's smaller than the other. And so your smaller infinite, if you start at the smaller one, you'll never reach the end of the bigger one. And so he's showing an intuitive contradiction. If you get rid of the starting point, how does anything start?
Right.
Yeah, there wouldn't be I guess that would be the point, is like there wouldn't be a start. It would just be infinite.
And then we've got re-examination show in the back. What's going on, re-examination?
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can't remember. You're a theist, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool. You're a Christian, I think?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you saw me today earlier on mod.
Yeah. There's so many people, it's hard to remember everybody's positions, but I try. Cool.
That's true. I didn't come on to stay long. I can gauge a little bit. I gotta head to bed actually, but I want to say hi to TJump. We go back way back. I mean, a year really. But I also wanted to ask. You got some guitars back there, I see.
Yep. There's a couple clips of me playing on one of my YouTube channels.
Okay, maybe I'll check out your Discord, and I don't want to disrupt the panel, but I might check out your Discord because I play guitar as well. So, but
is this like a common thing that like debaters also dip into music? Because like,
it seems like it.
Andrew Wilson had a guitar in his background. Planet Peterson plays guitar all the time. Jim Bob has guitars in his background. Yeah. Exception to be
I make AI music that sounds like guitars.
I make music as well, mostly like electronic music these days. But I mean, J Mike too. He's going on tour.
Yeah, I know some people have keyboards. Destiny's got a keyboard. Sarkar's got a keyboard. Some guy that Andrew Wilson.
All right. Your point has been made. Let's get back into this. Did you have any comments on anything that's been discussed so far? Anything you've seen on either side?
No, just go ahead.
All right, let's get into this.
First, and I interjected their events. Mm-hmm. And in my work, I discuss this. What is an event? It's a type of change. And to make sure that all of the events are actual and equal, we arbitrarily, conventionally specify some chosen event as our standard event, say 1 hour or 1 day. And then we ask how many standard intervals are there in a beginningless past? And the answer can only be an actually infinite number of such events. And these events don't all have to exist at the same time. These events have been instantiated in reality like a falling series of dominoes. That's the analogy I also like. A falling series of dominoes. The last domino falls today, but there was never a first domino. It's been beginningless. And
the beginning of the set would just be like where you arbitrarily draw the line. So 1 would just be whatever you decide is like 1. There would be no 0 because it's infinite. But
he's saying that the previous argument he made is saying that doesn't work because of the contradictions. Contradictions being like, what was the one he just listed? I forget. Zeno's paradox. So he's saying that the reason we can't have a universe with a past infinite is because it leads to logical contradictions like Zeno's paradox, because you're removing the starting point. So you're saying that, like I mentioned earlier, you're saying that if the infinites are the same size and you start at position X and you have infinite amount of time, you're going to reach point Y. Yes, agreed. Craig is saying if there's two infinites of two different sizes, one's a bigger one, one's a smaller one, and you start with the smaller one, you're never going to reach the end of the bigger one. That's why he means getting rid of the beginning, because he's saying that if you keep moving the beginning back, and you get rid of it infinitely in the past, then there's a bigger infinite, which is the present moment, which you're never going to reach.
I don't know. I guess my brain just can't wrap my head around being like multiple different infinites at the same time. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I mean, did he already use the illustration of, let's suppose that the universe was always existing, and Jupiter goes around the sun twice as many times as Saturn, but if the universe were materially infinitely just eternal and going, it would lead to the absurdity of Jupiter having gone around the sun as many times as Saturn. Did he bring that up?
No, I don't think so.
It was a previous lecture he brought that up.
Yeah, that's another example of a contradiction of actual infinites that he uses. So, Jaziel, there is an actual scientific proof of multiple size. I think it's Cantor's proof. Cantor's of different size infinites. I think so. And it shows that there are. Yes, Cantor's diagonal argument it proves there's different sizes of infinites. Some are bigger than others. And so the argument Craig is making is that if you have a size X infinite and then you move one back, you're never going to be able to get to the end of the size infinite, because the smaller infinite, because there's a bigger one. Like using Cantor's proof, this is one of the examples. And so your argument is if you have two infinites of the exact same size, infinite A and infinite B, they will both terminate at the same conclusion. Correct. If there's two infinites of different sizes, you will never be able to reach the end. Cantor's proof is proof of that.
Well, what's an example of like a smaller infinite?
What's an example of a smaller infinite? There's a great video that shows the sizes of infinites. There's lots of different sizes of infinites. There's infinite sizes of infinites, but like an example would be infinity plus one. This is a bad example because it's not mathematically correct, but it's intuitively easy to understand. Infinity plus one omega, because it's a variable that represents the size of infinity, would be bigger than infinity without the plus one omega. So if the two infinites of the exact numerical size, aleph null, complete, and there's an extra scaling size beyond that, the first one wouldn't be able to fill the second one. So Cantor's proof, what it does, it shows a list of numbers, and you just write the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 infinitely, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 infinitely, 3, 4, 5, 6 infinitely. And so you list literally every possible number that could ever exist in just a row, lines of rows going on infinitely, starting at 1, and it just lists every possible number. You will realize that there is a way to write a number that wasn't in the list. So if you write a list of every possible combination of every possible variable, it won't be the complete list, because if you do the numbers diagonally, if you start at the 1 and you go 1, and then, so if you imagine they're all in a line, like you're writing on a piece of paper, and there's just a list of one number, then another number, then another number, and it lists every possible number. If you start with the line and you start doing zigzagging, whatever number that you draw on will never be in the list of all the numbers that have been listed, even if you listed all possible numbers. So there's two different sizes of infinites. One is the smaller one, which is just a list of all possible numbers. And then there's another number that's not on that list somehow. And so there's an example of a smaller infinite, which is just a line-by-line list of all possible numbers. And then there's another number, which is the diagonal number, which is another addition, which is bigger, that's just never on this list. And so there has to be two different sizes of infinites. One is the initial size of the list of all possible combinations of numbers. And two is the list of all possible combinations of numbers plus this extra variable that we've just identified.
Yeah, going diagonal with the, yeah. That's insane. It's wild. I don't know. I don't have much to add there.
Thank you. Back into this. Sorry, I have to mute my microphone so my thing doesn't go off. But
you're good.
So you can specify a certain standard event arbitrarily and then ask how many have elapsed, and the answer will be actually infinite. So that would suggest that an actually infinite past cannot elapse. Now, you're quite right, Alex, in saying that Aristotle, nevertheless.
So he's presenting all of this as an argument to say that an infinite past is impossible. So let's see where he's going from there.
Well, I want to.
Oh, what's up?
I want to be clear. TJump, are you disagreeing, or are you agreeing that an infinite past is impossible?
Oh no, I'm not agreeing. That's a weird way to phrase it. It's like a double negative in there. I think an infinite past is possible.
Okay.
But I'm agreeing with the way Craig is making the argument. It makes sense.
Gotcha.
Has believed in an eternal, beginningless universe, but he said the past is not actually infinite, but potentially infinite. But here I think Aristotle was clearly conceptually mistaken. An actual infinite is a collection which is complete. All of its members are in that collection. But a potential infinite is a series.
I'm sorry, TJump, what?
That's the Cantor's proof.
Oh, gotcha.
The complete series is the list down here, the potential one. So go ahead.
Gotcha.
Series that is at every point finite, but indefinitely increasing toward infinity as a limit, which it endlessly approaches, but never arrives at. So if the series of events in time is endless and will go on forever, the series of events later than any moment in time would clearly be merely potentially infinite. New events are added with each successive moment, but you never arrive at an actual infinity of events. By contrast,
so where do you think he's trying to go with this? Is he just continuing to build his case that infinity is possible? Or
well,
is there going to be...
This is the smaller argument, smaller infinite,
right.
Bigger infinite argument. He's saying if there is a smaller infinity and you're going through the set of the smaller infinity, it'll never reach the end of the bigger infinity. So he's saying if you have, if you get rid of the first initial starting point as a finite starting point and you put an infinity in front of it, then you'll never be able to get to where we are now, the present moment. Because there's present moment, small infinity, and here's the starting point. There's a big infinity, there's a space here. And so you'll never get from here to the end of the small infinity. So he's saying
what are your thoughts on that?
This is where I use the argument of if you have a medium to specifically select a starting point. So let's say you have, here's the big infinity, here's the small infinity, here's the where the universe begins, whatever. If you have a medium like a quantum field that can say we start time here, well, it doesn't, there's a past infinite, but the past infinite didn't have to traverse all of this extra distance to get to the present moment. It was selected by a quantum fluctuation of some kind. So I can agree with Craig's intuitive infinite argument that you can't traverse a larger infinite with a smaller infinite, but say you don't need to, you can still have all of that can still exist, like the B theory of time, which is what O'Connor was trying to elucidate with the B theory of time. It can answer the question that you can have a natural and necessary being like a quantum field, and the quantum field can start time at t equals 17. It doesn't need to start time at t equals 0. Therefore, it can start at a smaller infinite scale, like what Jaziel is saying. You have an infinite scale and an infinite progression. They'll both reach the conclusion at the same time. You can do that as long as you have a medium that can start and stop and generate time independent of the progression of time in a linear fashion. So if you have something like a quantum field that can fluctuate and generate time periods independently of having to go through this single line process of time, then it's possible to have a beginning, or you don't need a finite beginning at the beginning of this big infinite series.
Can I ask a stupid question?
Sure.
Can an infinity change in size, or is it always fixed to its size?
Of course it can change in size, yeah.
Okay, no, just curious. Can you give me an example of how an infinity can change in its size?
One smaller infinity added to omega null. So alpha null added to omega, change in size.
Have we seen that in nature?
We don't see infinites in nature.
Okay, I'm just, again, asking stupid questions to get some elucidation on this whole thing. So when we say this could be added or then it's just merely mathematical conceptual type stuff, but it's not an observable phenomenon that's like testable and repeatable outside of abstract mathematics, right?
Infinites are abstract mathematics. So it's weird to ask a question.
So yes.
Well, your question is very strange because you're like asking, can we add letters together? But do we see this in reality? Letters don't exist in reality. Letters are objects. They're labels we give to things. Infinite is a set. It's a bucket that it's like saying blue things. It's stuff that is blue. And you ask, well, do we see the category of blue things in reality? Oh no, we see individuals that are blue, but we never see the category of blue things. There's no category of blue things that we can uncover in a rock. So like infinites are sets. They are like words that we use. Can an actual infinite number of things exist? Yes. But will we ever see the infinite itself? No, because you can't. The infinite is the label we use for the things.
Got it. Okay. So I'm asking too, because this is talking about like the convergence of our natural world and concepts of the universe going on and on, right? That's what the discussion's about?
Yeah. Infinite past or no infinite past.
So in a sense, an infinity would affect the natural world, but it would not characterize the natural world because the infinity you're saying is conceptual. It's not material, right?
I don't understand what you're saying. So
you say is the difference between what's in the natural world, right? And then there's just mathematical conceptual. And you're saying there's a category error I'd be making to cross the two or to talk about one as like observably, naturally, and scientifically, right?
Well, observably, we can't observe an infinite. We don't have infinite observational skills. So we can't observe an infinite number of things.
Right.
Can there be an infinite number of things? Yes. But our ability to scientifically observe or count them is independent from them being able to exist.
Sure. But could we deduce it?
Deduce? I don't know what you mean by deduce. Like
here's what I'm saying. Could we use what we observe in the scientific realm to determine that the universe definitely has an infinite past?
So science doesn't do things definitely. It says there's things based off of probability. The current consensus based off of the evidence is that the universe is infinite. That's what all the evidence indicates. So can we get evidence to indicate infinites? Yes. Can we actually demonstrate all of the infinite parts? No. We don't need to. We just do we have evidence for infinites? Yes, we have evidence for infinites. The evidence for infinites is we can use mathematics and theories that entail infinites to make testable predictions, and if those testable predictions are confirmed, that is good evidence that infinites are real things because they can be used to make novel testable predictions that non-infinite theories can't do.
Okay, so in that sense, there is a kind of convergence with infinity in the material world, seeing as the evidence, as you're putting it, would suggest that the universe is infinite and did not have a starting point.
Yes, there is evidence for infinites existing or infinite things in the real world, like the Feynman diagrams. But it's not proof of infinites, it's just evidence. It's not like we can't demonstrate infinitely many things.
Cool. Okay.
All right, let's get back into this.
If you look at the series of events in the earlier than direction, that cannot be potentially infinite because in that case, the past would be finite but growing toward infinity in a backward direction, which contradicts the forward flow of time. So I don't think that those answers to the Kalam cosmological argument are at all convincing. Now, in addition to these two philosophical arguments, I was stunned to discover in my work at the University of Birmingham, in my doctoral work, that there are actually two scientific confirmations of the beginning of the universe. And notice the
Oh, that is a contentious topic. What do y'all think about that? He's saying that the beginning of the universe is confirmed.
I want to hear what his evidences are.
Oh, okay.
terminology I use there.
Just real quick, I want to know why an American is saying Birmingham. It's Birmingham. Come on, man.
Yeah. I agree.
Because
He's being culturally sensitive, I guess.
No, he's being culturally insensitive because he's an American. He doesn't know how to pronounce it.
But isn't he on Alex's home turf at this point?
The announcer doesn't sound British, does he? Oh, Royal Institute, yes.
Yeah, I think it is. But
This would be like as if he said aluminium.
Right. Or a schedule.
But
Yeah,
it's like
that makes
someone
sense.
coming who's British coming to America and saying, "Well, I don't really know about New York."
that would be
Or
fun.
like
know what you're doing.
I studied maths.
Yeah, I got what you're saying.
Or saying Zed.
And Missing Mod with this super chat. Thank you very much, Pam. Greatly appreciate that. She says, God must be real. B.S. Lewis is here. I'm not sure if that follows, but I do greatly appreciate the support. Thank you very much, Missing Mod.
Valid argument.
All right. Let's get back to this. Sorry, I was resetting that real fast. Thank you very much, Missing Mod. I really do appreciate that.
Scientific results are always provisional. They're never certain. But we have these good philosophical, metaphysical arguments for the finitude of the past. And what contemporary science does is it confirms those arguments. That is to say, the hypothesis that the universe began to exist is much more probable given the contemporary evidence of astrophysics than it was without it. And so this is not refuted, Alex, by the survey you mentioned, where the scientists...
I think that's the evidence he's presenting, TJump.
Well, he was. I think he was about to say it, but he said that the current evidence in science helps to support the philosophical arguments for a finite past, like what he was saying. So this goes back to when I was arguing with Curt earlier. I was saying that Alex doesn't explain why what he's saying provides an equal or better alternative to theism, because if we say that when he said that the universe could have a beginning, science doesn't answer the question. It could have a beginning. It may not have a beginning. The Big Bang, the evidence is that's not the beginning of the universe. Like I said when I was talking with you, like, so what is the theist going to think? Oh, God did it. There's a question. We don't know what's the answer. Oh, it's God. God is the answer. That's what William Craig is doing. He's saying the evidence of science doesn't indicate beginning or not beginning. It just says the Big Bang is a thing. And Craig is saying that fact can be explained by God, and the fact that he has all these philosophical arguments means that that conclusion is more justified than the naturalist conclusion. So he's saying that science doesn't give us an answer. It's just a question mark. This is as far back as we can go. God does give us an answer, and the reason we could conclude God is because we have these philosophical arguments that work in tandem to explain the science. But the science doesn't say anything about the beginning, therefore it's not an answer. That's what he's saying.
Gotcha. And Darth with a super chat. Thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Unfortunately, I can't put that one on the screen, but he says denying the universe is finite is flat Earth nonsense. Do appreciate the super chat, Darth. Greatly appreciated. What are y'all's thoughts on what he said there?
Well, I had a debate with Darth not too long ago, actually a few months ago, and his argument for the existence of God was that we know how virtual worlds are created, and we can infer from that our universe was created similarly to how a virtual world was created. And since a virtual world requires a mind, then our world would also require a mind as well.
Is this Darth Dawkins or a different Darth?
Darth Uranus.
Okay.
That's a digital physics argument from what's his name? Inspiring Philosophy, right? If the universe is emergent, then it is emergent from a mind. The universe is emergent, therefore the universe is emergent. Or if the universe is emergent, it is emergent from a mind. The universe is emergent, therefore it's emergent from a mind. That's
Okay,
a
so then
digital
the pressure
physics
play,
argument.
then the pressure play would be like to attack premise 1, and he would have to defend premise 1 the entire time.
Well, he gave me like premise, conclusion. I can't remember what they were, but it wasn't a very good argument.
What was
No.
the
I'm
what was
telling you,
super
the
chat?
digital physics argument is if the universe is emergent, it's emergent from a mind. The universe is emergent, therefore it's emergent from a mind.
What does this have to do? What was the super chat? What was the original point?
Oh,
that
he
we were
was
talking
saying he was just saying that the universe is finite in his opinion.
about? Yeah. Okay. So that partially I agree. So the word universe in science refers to our universe. Pretty much everybody in science agrees our universe had a beginning. They do not agree all natural things had a beginning. There's this thing called the multiverse, which is many universes. So pretty much every scientist agrees our universe had a beginning. So he's partially correct, but he's, like most theists, conflating the word universe to mean all natural things, which is not. Nowhere in science, as William Lane Craig just said, is tentative. It doesn't make universal claims like universe means all natural stuff. It just means the stuff we are currently interacting with. So universe, our universe had a beginning. Beginning was the Big Bang. Does that mean all natural things had a beginning? No. Does that mean that all natural things need to be created? No. So while he is correct that our universe did have a beginning, that is not indicative of a creator or anything outside of the natural world.
Does anybody else have anything they'd like to respond to that with, or should we get back into the video?
Creator.
All right, let's get back into the video.
Said that the Big Bang refers to this early hot dense state, not to the initial singularity. That's a merely semantic point. That is just saying that the label, the Big Bang, that label is given to this earlier hot dense state. It's not the label of the singularity, and that's quite true. But that isn't to deny the reality of the singularity or to say that it didn't occur. Hawking and Penrose, whom you mentioned, in their 1996 book, state, and if I can quote from memory, today almost everyone believes that the universe and time itself had a beginning in the Big Bang. So
William Lane Craig is correct. That is the consensus position. But the way the theists interpret that, as I just mentioned, universe beginning, time beginning, as Curt was saying earlier, they interpret those things to mean a type.
Can I try to make this a little bit more simple for people that are not. Anyways, let me make this more simple. So I think you're saying that they're talking about the current instantiation or like the current instance of the universe. Like think about like a video game. You go into instances, this is like the current instance of, yeah. But they're talking about like the current instance of the universe or the current instantiation of the universe, right? And you're saying that there's prior states, or maybe I'm misunderstanding. But I'm sorry, maybe
Close.
Continue. Maybe I miss.
So yeah, so when scientists use the word universe and time, they are not talking about something that goes outside of the space we interact with. They're talking about just our interactions. So space and time is one field that we interact with in our universe. Outside of our universe, there could be other things that are not space and time. They are different. They are not space and time. So they are outside of space and time. They could be other forms of space. They could be other forms of time. But space and time doesn't mean all spaces and all times anywhere ever. It just means the one that we're interacting with in our universe. So same thing with the word universe. The word universe doesn't mean all existing stuff everywhere. It just means the certain stuff that we are interacting with here. There could be a different universe. There could be a different time. There could be a different space. But when they say space had a beginning, they don't mean all spaces everywhere. They just mean the one we interact with here in our universe. So there could still be a different space that existed prior to our space or a different time that existed prior to our time. So the way that the theist is interpreting this is they mean all spaces, all times, all natural stuff had a beginning. When they hear Craig say space and time and the universe had a beginning with the Big Bang, they hear all space, all versions of time, all versions of natural stuff, which is not what scientists mean. When scientists say space and time in the universe had a beginning, they mean our space, our time, our universe, but there could still be others that didn't and don't apply to this at all, that exist outside of ours, and it could still be a space, a different one space or a different time. And those things, the statements that scientists make, don't apply to those things. They don't apply universally to all kinds of space and time. They just apply to the one we're talking about, the one we interact with, and that's it.
Gotcha. And there is a super chat from Frosty. Thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Frosty has a wonderful compliment for Jaziel. You should be very appreciative of his admiration. He says, Jaziel looks like one of those angels that women summon to date and admire. I'm kind of certain that that is Jaziel in his present time form after going through all this universe beginning nonsense. Thank you, Frosty. Greatly appreciate the super chat. And Jaziel, you should be very thankful that you've got that level of admiration.
Yeah, I have no idea what that means, but I am very appreciative of the sentiment.
What country's currency was that?
But that's a good question. Maybe Indonesia. It's INR. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's something like that. I'm not certain. But anyways, what's going on, Leo? It's good to see you, man.
It's India tacos.
Yeah, I was going to say I thought it was
India.
Indian
That's right,
rupees.
India. That's right. It's Indian currency.
I'm doing well. I came in because what William Lane Craig said there, it's just wrong. I mean, it's been wrong for a while. Almost no physicist thinks that there's a singularity at the beginning. Most physicists don't think singularities are physically real things at all. So when he says the reality of the singularity, that's not in line with modern physics. Also, when people like Phil Halper and then Alex O'Connor and others appeal to the poll that Phil did with Nyashoff Shorty, the point that they're getting at is that physicists either A, think that there is no beginning to the universe, or B, are unsure of whether there is or isn't. But you would be hard-pressed to find a physicist who says, yes, I think the universe absolutely has a beginning. Most of them are going to say, okay, it might. We don't really know. Or they're going to be like, no, probably not. Because most of the models that we have, regardless of their physical reality, most of the models that we have are, in fact, beginningless. So, and I think that is relevant, because if the claim is that the empirical literature thus far and the empirical data thus far greatly substantiate the notion of there being, as Craig would say, an absolute beginning, then it would be strange why very, very few physicists make that claim. So that's really all I wanted to say there, is that and if he wants to cite a book from 1996, cosmology has advanced greatly from 1996, primarily inflationary cosmology. So over 80% of relevant physicists think that inflation happened. And inflation happened before the Big Bang. Inflation is what set up the Big Bang. So, and whether or not inflation can be extended into the past is currently unknown. A lot of physicists, in fact, think that it can, and that the universe is just one bubble or pocket within a broader inflationary metaspace.
A couple objections to Leo here. First one is that would you disagree with what William and Craig, that most physicists think that our time and our space had a beginning?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I don't know what our space and our time means. We haven't measured any other kinds of spaces or times. So
when the models that say everything that can go back prior to us, there's usually some kind of a state change, like Carroll string theory. There's like some kind of inversion. It goes backwards. It's not the same as the one we interact with, right? There's some difference.
Like a thermodynamic flip?
Yeah.
Because that's what's in Carroll's model. Yeah, that'd just be thermodynamics.
So there's the space-time we're interacting with, there's a difference. There's some kind of a change. There's a state change between our...
Yeah, but the change would be largely thermodynamic, rather than like structural with what space-time is.
Sure. But the point here is saying our space-time is to label that there's a difference between ours and something else. And it's generalized. It's very generalized to make it easy to understand.
In a lot of these models, the space-time would be the same. It's just what changes is the thermodynamic arrow of time.
Yeah, that those words don't make sense to most people, so we should use words that generalize. Our space-time, as we understand it, as we're interacting with it, isn't the same as what happened then. And so when they say our space-time had a beginning, they're talking about either the inversion flip or whatever, or like you mentioned, the way they think it's beginning or don't know if it has a beginning is because there's some difference. There's a state change or whatever. It's not just the exact same space-time as we interact with it here. If it's just our space-time that interacts with it here and just goes back ever, that's not something most physicists agree, right? They don't just think our space-time exactly as it is goes back forever. That's not a thing.
Of course not. Yeah, there was some sort of phase transition.
Yes.
In the early universe. Like I said, most cosmologists think that like something like inflation happened. That's what inflation is a phase transition.
Right. And so that's what Craig is referencing when he's referencing that poll. He's saying that there's something that they think changed. It's not the same, but he's saying it in such a way that it's universally applied to every possible type of space-time must have had a beginning. He's generalizing it to that extent. Whereas what most physicists believe is that there's some kind of a change. Our space-time, as in the stuff we are currently interacting with right now, isn't the same as whatever was before. Something must have changed, state transition, whatever. And so when they say our space-time had a beginning, they are referencing the one we're interacting with right now, whatever that means, and that there could be other versions or types or transitions of space-time that existed before us. And when you understand the question in that way, you realize the equivocation Craig is elucidating, but he's not, what he's saying isn't wrong. It's simplified to the point that it makes it easy for regular people to get an idea, and that idea is wrong. So I don't think, I wouldn't disagree with what Craig said. He just said it in a too generalized way that can be interpreted by most people incorrectly.
I think his language is overly simplistic and it confuses people with respect to what physics actually tells us. But there being some phase transition in the very early universe does not necessarily mean that the universe has a beginning.
Yeah, Leophilius, I'd like to get your opinion on something. If we're going to say that there's an onset of inflation, like that the inflation event is an event, is there a border or a barrier or something that's like mathematically calculable, or is it just that we have no ability to calculate back beyond a certain point?
How do you mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Is there a mechanism for inflation? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm saying if we're going to say beginning, where are we marking that border, and how is that?
Yeah, that's my question. I think that's what most cosmologists would ask. Is okay, if there's a beginning, where is it? The fact that our knowledge only goes back so far does not mean that there's some sort of beginning. The fact that there may have been a phase transition does not imply that there was a beginning, particularly if we can describe physics that goes beyond that transition. Then, and what would it mean to say? Is it even meaningful to say that the universe has a beginning? Maybe. Right. I think most cosmologists would say we don't really know. A lot of the reasons, or a lot of the data that we currently have, would probably lead us more towards no than yes, I would say.
Well, isn't there also, to me, like philosophically, the concept of the beginning is something that a mind imposes on a structure. I don't think it's something that's inherent.
I mean, perhaps.
Structure of stuff.
My biggest issue with the Kalam isn't even going to be with this. I can grant the second premise, at least to some extent. My issue is that there's going to be, at least from an ontological point of view, there's a difference between beginning and begins to exist. And what Craig wants to argue isn't just merely that the universe has a beginning, but that it begins to exist. That this isn't merely some, say, boundary to the extent of space-time, but is a moment, an event that occurs where the universe's existence starts, rather than it being some, like some sort of boundary or something like that to a tenseless space-time block, which would be what my view is. And Craig maintains this through holding to a tensed view of time. I and almost everybody in physics and philosophy of physics would reject a tensed view of time. And I would, in fact, say that we have empirically disconfirmed tensed views of time. And that's, at least as Craig presents the Kalam, it depends on a tensed view of time. And that would be where I take most issue is that distinction between beginning and begins to exist. I think the concept of begins to exist is just incoherent. I don't think it means anything.
Yeah, certainly in my field, like in the life sciences, all beginnings are arbitrary. Like you could say an insect's life cycle begins at the adult form, or begins at the egg, or begins at the pupa. Like there's no beginning that you're setting that's not arbitrary.
And there are some people in the chat still trying to contact TJump. Looks like they emailed you. You can also message me on Discord if you want an easier way to that's like an easy way, because I'm happy to host a debate, and your guy can do whatever they're going to do with TJump prior to the debate.
Hot commodity.
Yeah. You guys do whatever you want to do, but I'm happy to host a debate so you have a neutral moderator. I love hosting debates, and I need to get some mega bloodbaths going anyways.
There is one thing in front of the comments I wanted to respond to. Hayden Walton says, we have no idea what space-time is or whether there are other different ones. Well, we know that space-time is a four-dimensional manifold. We know that it has a geometry that can be curved.
I'm gonna peace out. This has been very educational for me. But what I did want to say that is I'll be going to see Alex O'Connor at his DC arrival on November 11th. So is anybody else gonna go see Alex on his tour? His US tour?
No, but aren't you doing your thing with Tavo tomorrow?
I am doing my thing with Tavo tomorrow, unveiling a new argument for God's existence. And so, yeah, it's new. I've worked on it very hard, but that doesn't mean it's right. And so if you guys want to come and critique it and show me where I'm wrong, that'd be great.
How many premises is it?
There are. Let's put it this way: it's much easier unfolded at length than brought here. I wasn't going to bring it up here because what's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of interjections.
I'm just asking how many premises is it?
Yeah. So I mean, if I pull up the actual formal notation right here,
like two premises and a conclusion, or is it like?
And there is a two premises version, but I have to make arguments to establish those premises, which are many. So I'll just leave it at that. But thank you for having me. And
interesting.
Yeah. See you guys.
Is that going to be presented tomorrow? The syllogism? Cool.
Cool. Yeah. So I'll have the syllogism will probably be given at the end after the arguments establishing the syllogisms come into place, because syllogisms obviously have to be established in their terminology and their justification, and so that's what I go into.
I'm
prior
sure
to that.
You think that.
You don't have to answer me on this, but can I just ask if it involves Trinitarian metaphysics or if it's silent on that?
No, not directly. I mean, there is some of that in there, but that's not what I'm basing it on. So we'll have to see tomorrow. See you guys.
I really wanted to hear what it was.
Interesting. I'm sure it's going to be spectacular. I'm sure we're all going to be theists after it. Christians specifically. All right. You ready to get back into this, guys? Or anybody else have any comments? Cool. Let's do it.
The finitude of the past, let me now add an additional point, doesn't require a singular beginning in the universe. Hawking and Hartle, James Hartle of University of California, Santa Barbara, offered a quantum physical model of the universe that resolved the singularity. They were able to round off that initial space-time segment of the universe so that there is no singular point like a cone has. A cone has a point in which it cannot be extended. That's where the point is. A cone can be extended in the other direction. And the standard Big Bang model has the geometry of a cone. But the Hartle-Hawking model got rid of that initial point by rounding it off through the use of imaginary numbers for the time coordinate. So their model has a finite past, a beginning of the universe, but is singularity free. And so don't think that my...
Not a beginning in the way that he's trying to imply here. He's trying to imply beginning in the sense of begins to exist. That's just explicitly not what the Hartle-Hawking model is.
TJump had brought that up earlier, I think, where he was saying it's like wave function to
what they do is they wick rotate time is what they do. That's technically what it is. It's a Wick rotation, which is a rotation about the complex plane, which is why complex plane, real, imaginary, which is why imaginary. That's where imaginary time comes from, because it's rotated from real to imaginary under what that's called a Wick rotation. So that's what it is. This isn't like a moment where the universe, boom, and there it is. It started existing. That's not. Again, I don't even know what the fuck that means. Things don't do that. Things either exist or they don't.
Let's watch
but they don't remove. They don't move between. They don't move between each other. That makes no sense. That's just, it's incoherent. Power generation.
Let's not do that. Come on, let's get going. Let's get back into the video. Or I should ask, does anybody else have any commentary before I get back into this? Nope. Okay.
Argument for the finitude of the past, the beginning of the universe, on the basis of astrophysical cosmology or Big Bang theory, assumes that it has to be a singular beginning. There are plenty of non-singular models with beginnings. So that would be the first body of evidence, is this astrophysical evidence from the expansion of the universe. But then very quickly, the second scientific confirmation that I don't think you mentioned is the evidence stemming out of the thermodynamic properties of the universe. The universe on a large scale is simply a gigantic closed system, because on naturalism, that's all there is. And there isn't anything outside of it. So if it were infinite in the...
What do you guys think about that? That's an interesting statement. He said that
technically,
if you're a naturalist, you can only have a closed system.
Well, technically, the universe would be thermodynamically isolated rather than thermodynamically closed. But I think what he's trying to allude to here is this notion of this principle. It's called the causal closure principle, or the causal closure of the physical, where effectively all physical effects have physical causes and are not overdetermined by any other types of causes added onto it. I hold to it. Most naturalists are probably hold to something like causal closure. One of the reasons I hold to causal
but
closure
you're saying
is the
that
fact
not all
that
naturalists would have to.
I mean, you don't technically have to, but that's just going to get into a lot of
It might be semantics,
conceptual
but
aspects of what somebody takes naturalism to be. But
I'm just saying, semantically, I think that would be a defeater to the statement he just made, wouldn't it?
I mean, I think one can grant it. I think most naturalists are probably going to hold to causal closure.
Okay.
No, that wouldn't be considered a defeat. The fact that it's possible for it to not be a closed system isn't a defeater of his argument. His argument there is essentially that the consensus of experts is that the universe is a closed system. That's generally agreed upon because, again, science is tentative, provisional. It's not claiming that it is impossible for it to be a not closed system. It's not claiming that there's things outside of our space and time that could have affected it or could have existed before it. The universe being a closed system doesn't mean the universe is literally everything. It just means that, and it could be a closed system that was created by something else and still be a closed system. So the fact that it's a closed system, he's trying to make that do a lot of work by saying that there's nothing that could be outside of it, there's nothing that could be independent of it, and that there's nothing that could have created it in naturalism outside of the universe, which is just false. Those things are not implied by the conclusion that it's a closed system. Closed system just means not getting energy from something or somewhere else. That's all it means. So it doesn't mean like there's an outside universe injecting energy into our universe. That's all it means. So the fact it's a closed system does not imply what he's trying to make it imply, which is that it can't have been created by another natural thing, or that there's other natural things outside of it, or that there's a different space-time or whatever. None of those things are implied by it being a closed system, which is what he's trying to make it imply.
Gotcha. Anybody else have anything to say there? Thank you, everybody, for the input. Let's get back into this.
Past, its entropy production should have increased and increased and increased so that it would now be in a dark, dilute, and lifeless state. And since we are not in such a state, we know that the universe must have had a beginning in which it was in a low entropy state, extraordinarily low, and has since been increasing in entropy as it's endured. And this is called the past hypothesis.
Okay. So it would be in a state of heat death if it was the case. It was if it was constant.
In pre-relativistic physics, this was called the heat death of the universe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But in relativistic physics, the heat death could be either cold or hot, depending on whether the universe will expand forever or will recollapse.
Do you feel like he's providing a sufficient enough explanation of what he's talking about and has a appropriate?
I mean, I haven't heard anything from like this section that wouldn't just be exactly as true on Aztec cosmology.
Also, this idea that if the universe has existed forever, then it would have already arrived at heat death is false. You can have something like the second law where entropy always increases, but never actually reaches some maximum. It just increases forever. That's entirely a physically possible scenario. So this idea that, well, if the universe has existed forever, then it had to have reached heat. Nope, that's not true. Not in statistical mechanics, at least.
Gotcha. All right, let's get back into this. And there's been quite a bit of furious typing from several members on the panel. Just for the audience's sake, if you're typing, please make sure to mute yourself for a moment.
So hot or cold, it's not a good thing. Okay, that's good. Alex, quite a bit for you to
lots to say. I find with these discussions...
Well, you mentioned so much to respond to, but you're right. We don't...
that's rich coming from
to the point about metaphysical...
Like, why do you say that exactly?
Because of the Gish Gallop thing he said earlier.
The opening statement that he had.
Would you like to go into detail for the audience?
Yeah, I mean, didn't he have like 10 points that he mentioned in the opening statement?
Yeah, all right.
I mean, I can't remember them like off the top of my head, but
yeah, Craig just said that's a lot of points he just brought up, and then Josie's like, "That's hypocritical because literally in his opening, that's what Craig did."
And then Alex O'Connor had to try to respond to all of his points.
Did Craig do his 5 arguments thing?
6.
Yeah, God, Jesus fuck.
4, I guess, is how I would phrase it.
I think most of you should just stick to 2. Get 2 arguments that you think are really good and just use those 2. That should
why to make it easier for the atheists. Why would they do that?
Oh,
well,
I'm sorry. I had my thing muted. I was trying to provide some input. So it was the 6 external arguments, existence.
At some point.
That's important. Okay. We'll get to that, perhaps. I also want to make sure that we have time to talk about the proactive case against God's existence, which is equally important to this discussion. But the Kalam is your ground, Dr. Craig. Yes. I was with a friend who was, and that way you'll never run out, but you'll never have to buy any more. Of course, constantly dividing in this sense has been problematic for thousands of years and has prompted lots of people to develop metaphysical positions on, for example, time being discrete. You know, if you need, which is in fact true, to half the distance between here and here in order to clap, you have to half it first.
So back to our earlier conversation, I feel like William Lane Craig was presenting some arguments stuff, but I feel like we're going back into the verbosity here. There's a lot of additional information that's being expressed when all he had to say is it's hard to see an infinite in real life, right?
Yep. I mean, at the end of the day, all these debates, especially public debates, are going to be theatrical in nature. And I don't know, like, I find it a little bit endearing, like, especially what Alex O'Connor was saying. Like, whenever he communicated that little quip that he just said, I thought that was kind of funny. You know, it's a funny way to communicate that idea, and it makes it stick out in your brain because it's like, oh, well, he just communicated this complicated idea in this funny way. I mean, I understand trying to get to the point, and you don't want to sit there and like listen to some guy prattle on for hours about the same topic, but at the same time, they're trying to entertain. You know, they're trying to entertain an audience, and you know, if it was 2 guys at a just having like a private debate, you know, I could understand someone saying, "Hey, come on, get on with the point," you know.
All right, I'm gonna go to bed, guys. I'll see you guys later.
Have a good one, T-Jump. Good seeing you, man.
See ya. I'll be right back.
You have to half it again. You have to half it again. Many people say that there therefore must be some kind of ultimately small kind of distance. But for our discussion, this would be an example of a potential infinite. We're constantly dividing. And as we well know, that infinite series can just be completed. You can prove that just by clapping your hands. Dr. Craig said that in order to define what an event is, you just sort of arbitrarily pick a moment of a sort of duration of time and just count how many of those there have been. For example, hours. But the point is that there is no such thing as an objective hour. There's no such thing as the length of an hour. I mean this seriously. When satellites were first sent into orbit around this planet, scientists of general relativity told the technicians and the companies that the clocks will literally run at a different rate because of the effects of Earth's
And they do.
on the ticking of time. And the government didn't believe them, and so the original satellites were sent up with two clocks. One which is in accordance with general relativity, and one which is in accordance with the sort of commonsensical view that time ticks normally for everybody no matter where you are.
This is definitely an interesting point, but where do you think he could be going with this?
He's going to the A theory, B theory distinction.
Gotcha.
Because under Craig's presentist view, it can't be the case that there are just completely different moments of time, yet things still exist in them that we can interact with, because then that just means that multiple different moments of time are equally real, which is clearly rejected by presentism. But everything Alex is saying is 100% correct. The satellites, we have to consistently recalibrate the clocks on it. If we didn't, the GPS on your phone or in your car, if you have a new enough vehicle, would be off by about 7 miles. And that's because the satellites, the GPS satellites, lie that far outside of Earth's gravitational well that the clocks literally tick faster in those frames of reference, as measured from ours.
I thought it was some sort of champagne supernova in the sky that did that.
Champagne supernova.
It's a good song.
Wow. And guess who was right? It was the government. I'm just kidding. It was the scientists. Time doesn't tick consistently in this way. And so to sort of pick an arbitrary length of time.
The thing is, time,
like an hour,
time doesn't really tick at all. The problem that people have is they think of time as something that moves by you, or time doesn't move, time doesn't flow, time doesn't tick. You move through space-time, and you can measure differences in the movement of space-time between objects moving at different velocities or present in gravitational fields of different strengths. That is what relativity tells us. Time or space-time does not move or flow or anything like that. You, as an object, move through space-time. And velocity and gravitational fields can have an effect on how that's measured from external frames of reference.
Yeah, and that's like, for me, B theory is a huge problem for divine causation.
I think it's just a massive problem for the Kalam as Craig presents it, which is why he has to adopt some sort of like neo-Lorentzian relativistic view, or just neo-Lorentzian view. I mean, what Craig really wants to say is that he thinks that, at least to some extent, general relativity is wrong. That's why he doesn't really talk about this that much, because this is where the very unorthodox, the idiosyncratic views that he has on fit, like he wants to appeal to the consensus of physicists and all of that when it comes to the beginning of the universe and everything. But then when it comes to stuff like general relativity and time dilation, length contraction, all of these things and what they tell us about the nature of time, all of a sudden he's taking idiosyncratic views. And that is why I think he doesn't focus on that stuff a lot in the discussions that he has on this.
and just say that that's something that will have gone on infinitely into the past. I just don't think that's how time works. And And I don't think that, like, metaphysically speaking, to call that an event makes much sense. I mean, like, you said that the problem with Aristotle and his interpretation of the past as a potential infinite, this is a sticking point, I suppose. You can help me out here. I understand the idea that the future is a potential infinite because, well, it hasn't happened yet. But the past is an actual infinite because it has happened. But neither of them exist on your view. I mean, I, broadly speaking, am a B theorist about time, which I know you've said in the past, and I assume you still think is the case. If the B theory of time is true, the Kalam cosmological argument doesn't work, right?
I think that it's more difficult to put through on a B theory of time.
I think that's a really good sticking point right there. You guys have any thoughts on that?
The Kalam is harder to run on a B theory of time. There are people that try it, but I think certain claims that the Kalam wants to make, if you just use a B, like you can use a B theory of time, but then I think there's certain claims that the Kalam makes that just become trivial, and so they're not like meaningful, and they're not enough to like get you to the idea that a God exists.
Right. I don't know. I feel like I don't think I've ever met a B theorist that claims a God. Maybe.
I know a couple.
Might be a couple that I don't know. Maybe they didn't tell me or I didn't ask.
Could we remind the audience? I'm not sure. If what a B theory of time is.
What Alex has put his finger on is a very profound metaphysical issue about the nature of time that divides philosophers. The so-called A, or as I prefer.
Do you know what percentage, Leo, and sorry to interrupt the stream audience, but do you know what percentage, Leo, philosophers hold to the different theories of time?
I can find out here in about 5 minutes.
Oh, cool. I'll just play it for a second.
For now, the tensed theory of time says that tenses like past, present, and future are objective features of reality, and that temporal becoming is real. Things really do come into being over time and go out of being.
I think here it would be important to figure out what his definition of being is, because I don't think stuff is going to come in and go out of being unless you think being is like related to this specific instance of space-time. Because it's just stuff changing into other stuff from my understanding. Because the wave functions or fields or all that's just going to be stuff, right? At least from my understanding. Oh, what is this? Oh, gotcha. That's the Phil paper survey. Gotcha. So the 2020 Phil paper survey says 18%, 18.39 and 17.57 lean towards presentism. 39.92. What's a smaller block on that?
Growing block.
Gotcha.
There's presentism, eternalism, and then growing block,
right.
And then other.
Well, no, because it's got the two. Anyways, 39.92, 38.969, accept or lean towards eternalism. 17.303, 16, 70.76, accept or lean towards growing block, and then other is 26.98. Oh, is the first one accept, and then the other one is leans towards?
I'm not sure.
Gotcha. That's interesting. Okay. So hopefully y'all get some valuable information out of that.
That number is substantially higher amongst philosophers of physics and metaphysicians.
Did they do a poll with the separation, or did they just do the all-in poll?
All response. Let's go down to.
Because I know they did some separate polls in other areas. I think I remember seeing some separate polls in other areas for like specialized fields. Maybe it was a different poll I saw, but I think that was on there.
Yep. Here is the one that specifically philosophers of physical science.
Uh,
And you can see
Oh,
eternal
wow, yeah.
presentism drops
yeah,
substantially.
54% accept, 54.505 or 51.35. I'm not sure which one is correct. Accept or lean towards eternalism. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so
okay,
that-
that's some
that,
interesting information.
Presentism or a theory or tensed view, whatever you want to call it, is not popular.
And Roxas in the chat is saying, "Wow, does it look correct on a website?" That is the 2020 Phil Paper survey. So that's got all the philosophers, maybe not all, but it's got a bunch of the majority of the professional philosophers, from my understanding, and then the ones that are physicists as well were interviewed for that or took the survey for that portion. That was like a specialized portion of the survey, that second one that he did. And they also did that in other areas. It's really interesting. I remember looking through that a few years
Epistemology,
ago.
metaphysics,
Yeah,
meta-ethics, all that stuff.
It's super interesting. I spent a lot of time looking through that like 3 or 4 years ago. It's super interesting. Super interesting. Just spend some time flipping through the different pages, or it's a PDF on the website, right? But you just go there and read the Phil paper. It's really cool. It's really cool. Cool. And then I guess we'll get back into this here.
The tenseless, or B theory of time, says that our experience of tense is illusory. There is no objective difference between past, present, and future. Rather, this is a subjective feature of human consciousness. And similarly, temporal becoming is unreal. It is an illusion of human consciousness. All events in time are stretched out like a spatial line and are ontologically on a par.
More like a 4D. That's where you messed up, Bill. What was I going to say? I don't think it's the common sense view. I don't think it's. I think what he wants to say is that it's intuitive to us, like experientially, which, yeah, I'll grant you that. But so is the idea that the sun rises and sets, except that it doesn't. Earth rotates. So, like, clearly we can see how certain experiences that we have are illusory. So why should I think that if we look at the world and we figure out, oh no, the sun isn't actually rising and setting, the earth is rotating, why can't we look at the world and say, oh yeah, no, there isn't, time is not actually this thing where the past and the future don't really exist. It's just that's the way that we experience it.
Right. You got anything, Jaziel? You've been quiet over there for a little bit. He might be AFK. Yeah, and is he like, does he lean towards idealism or what position? I don't know what William Lane Craig holds exactly.
No. He's. I mean, he would classify himself as a metaphysical realist. Like, he thinks the external world is real. And he thinks that, like, the external world is physical, but there's obviously a supernatural element. God exists and angels exist and demons exist, and they have some sort of concrete causal influence over the world.
I gotcha.
And I think he's just like a standard substance dualist when it comes to philosophy of mind, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a pretty common position. Okay. I just feel like he's, from what you and TJump were covering on some of that stuff earlier, it sounded like he's possibly misunderstanding some pretty advanced scientific stuff, like quantum stuff and related, and potentially building his argument from that, or using that to support his conclusion. I'm not quite sure. It seems like there's a leap of logic and some misunderstanding going on, right?
I mean, yeah, he certainly holds to some idiosyncratic views in physics. Like, he holds to a Neo-Lorentzian view rather than like Einsteinian relativity, primarily to preserve his presentist ideas.
Gotcha.
I mean, if you just at face value, special relativity and general relativity make it clear that a tenseless view of time is the correct one.
Right. So he's just using an outdated position. So he's more of a coherentist, probably. Then, would you say?
I have no idea. If I had to guess Craig's epistemology, I would assume he's probably some sort of foundationalist, but I'm not sure.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. Let's get back into this.
Of time. And while I was vaguely aware that there were some philosophers who held to the tenseless theory of time, I discounted them as not really serious. And then I discovered that, in fact, this is an enormous debate. And so in my subsequent work, I wrote 2 book-length treatments of these issues.
Yes.
The tense theory of time, a critical examination, and the tenseless theory of time, a critical examination, both published by Kluwer Academic Press.
And available.
In which I argue. Pardon me?
And available at the bookshop outside.
Oh, I doubt it. These highly academic books are too expensive. Get them at the library, or on interlibrary loan. But anyhow.
So is he an expert on this? He wrote a book on both sides.
Not really. I've looked. I haven't really sat down and read those books, but I have because libraries I have access to don't have them in rural Iowa. And I'm not to buy them, but I've found excerpts, and just from the excerpts that I've seen, I mean, I wouldn't call them really that impressive. I mean, it's kind of, I see it as a lot of hand waving away of the physical evidence for a tenseless view, and sort of this defense of a neo-Lorentzian view, so that we can preserve this notion of absolute time, absolute simultaneity, and subsequently a presentist view of time.
Gotcha.
And he appeals a lot to our experience of the world, our direct perceptive experience of time, as well as our language about time, which neither I think are good arguments for a tense view.
I gotcha. Why would those not be good arguments for tense view exactly?
Well, our experience, for the reasons I gave with respect to the sun rising and setting, that's what we experience, but that's not what it does. And then with respect to language, well, look at our language. We say the sun rises, we say sunrise, we say sunset, even though that's not actually what the sun does. So our language, there's just, I think there's probably a variety of clear examples where our language doesn't accurately capture what the world is doing. And I think that the same is true for our experience, where our experience isn't actually capturing what the world is doing.
And that's an interesting point. That actually goes back to the evolutionary argument against naturalism and would be used as evidence. Most of the people that run that use that as evidence for premise 1. They'll use stuff like that as evidence for P1, Did my thing stop moving? Is it still moving? Why is it not moving? Oh, there it goes.
Oh,
there
you're okay. No, I know what you're talking
I'm like, why is it not moving? All right. Let's get back into this. Oh, wait, I don't know what just happened. All right. There we go.
I tried then to give a robust, philosophically deep defense of the A theory of time and critique of the B theory of time. But the point I was going to make is that other proponents of the Kalam cosmological argument, like the Singapore philosopher Andrew Locke, have defended the Kalam argument, even given a B theory of time.
Alex, remind me with the question.
Of course, the relevance of this is the difference between the future and the past on the A theory of time. In your view, Dr. Craig, neither of these things exist. They're not real.
Right.
Right. And the idea is that because the past has sort of already happened, we can count it as an actual infinite.
Right. It's part of the actual world. It's actualized.
But not anymore, right?
It's gone.
It's part of the...
And I think that's where the Phil paper survey comes in. That aren't most of them also I might be wrong on that. most of them are present. Were presentists on there, right?
Which one?
The Phil Paper survey.
Oh no, most hold to eternalism.
Eternalism. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe that's not. Never mind. I was going to mention that, but I got confused there. My apologies.
The actual world, everything that has happened up to the present is part of actuality. It is complete. It is over.
So, but is the past actual?
Yes, it's actual, but it doesn't exist. I'm using the word actual here in the way philosophers talk about actual worlds.
Yeah.
He said it's actual.
Well, but actual
doesn't
worlds
exist.
are worlds that I don't. Okay, well.
Sounds like he's trying to refer to modal logic. Do you think this means he thinks all logically possible worlds are actual worlds?
I mean, I don't think he's a modal realist, but I could be wrong.
That would be interesting.
This actual world has been instantiated up to the present moment.
Yeah.
And those events can be counted. We can ask, how many prime ministers have there been in a past that goes back forever and ever, and no prime minister ever served an infinite number.
Feels like we've had an
of
infinite
years.
number even in this universe.
There would be an actually infinite number.
But of course, but the point is that the future doesn't exist either. And I think, I suppose the problem is giving actuality to a past which doesn't exist and not giving that actuality to a future which doesn't exist but will exist, I think doesn't make a lot of sense. And I'll tell you why. For example, you would agree that God knows everything that will happen in the future, yes? Mm-hmm. He knows right now, and you believe that God is in time as well. So God right now.
Does that mean he couldn't have an infinite set of events prior or after, because a God couldn't know an infinite set of events, right?
I'm not sure. I think Craig thinks that the future could be a potential infinite. I don't know if he actually thinks that it is or not, but
I think there would be some type of argument there from a God not being able to know a potential infinite.
I have absolutely no idea how he would look at that.
That might be interesting. Okay, cool.
Even though the future hasn't happened yet, he knows everything that will happen in the future. The future will happen. We can, at least God could, sort of conceptually, metaphysically, kind of put a box around it. So God knows what's going to happen in the future exactly as much as he knows what has happened in the past. The idea that because the future hasn't happened yet, it therefore has this sort of non-actual status, I want to say that, like, if neither of them exist, the thing that matters is, like, to what extent can we say, well, these are like sets which, like, conceptually exist, which, like, we can sort of conceptually put a box around, and at least for God himself, he'd be able to do that just as equally, just as easily for the future as the past, right? Not quite sure if I'm finding the right words to say what I mean here, but you see what I'm saying, which is that the future...
All right, it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning here. I'm going to take off.
All right. Have a good one, Leo. Good seeing you,
guys,
man.
Yeah, you too. You guys take it easy.
Yeah, thanks for dropping by.
Mm-hmm.
Actually is actual in the sense that God knows exactly what's going to happen. It's already there. And it is, in fact, going to occur infinitely, forever. All of that future is already, like, conceptually there in the mind of God, and yet that's not actual.
Can we have a response?
I would think that would be an issue for a theist position. I would think that there would be issues with potentially knowing an infinite or potential infinite or an infinite. I think there would be issues that would pop up with that might falsify the God position. I know William Lane Craig is getting ready to respond to Alex, but Curt runs an argument where he points to the amount of energy that it takes to know stuff and points out that knowing infinite things or knowing lots of things would take up an enormous amount of energy, right? And so I definitely think that would apply to that as well. So to me, that would seem to be a major issue there, right? Let's continue.
I want to,
even though neither of them exist.
Aware of time, and I want Alex to give the the argument against God's existence as well. So maybe a reply on this in particular.
Okay. Well, I think the key.
All right. So it sounds like they're getting ready to move into another section. So I'm going to let William Lane Craig finish this, or I'm going to finish this portion with William Lane Craig. And then we'll probably end up calling it. I'll cover that, and then we'll probably end up calling this for this evening. Leo was not wrong. It is almost 2 a.m. So we'll do a little bit more. We'll do a few more minutes here, and then I'm going to wish you all a wonderful evening. I appreciate you all. But let's continue this a little bit further.
The key word here is conceptually, Alex. Even if it is true that the set of events that will happen is actually infinite, the point is that the series of events, the concrete series of events in time, is not and never will be actually infinite. It is.
Okay, so he's saying that there's a difference between possible worlds and actual worlds. And then he's saying that there can never be an actual infinite, but there could be conceptually, or this might not be the right word, but possibly infinite possibilities, or possible worlds, right? I still think that there would be an issue with a God knowing infinite possible worlds, because if there were infinite possible worlds, the God would have to know that. I still think that would be an issue, right? I don't know. We can see what else he's saying here.
Is always finite and always increasing. And the reason for that is that from any event you number and start going forward, for any number n plus 1 is always a finite number. So if you were to try to instantiate that set of future events in reality, one member at a time, all you would do would be to generate a series that is potentially infinite, but you would never be able to instantiate all the members of that set.
But the same is true of.
So he's saying that there's potentially infinite possible worlds, but only the specific actual world is resolving still. I don't see what more that adds to that. I don't see what else that's bringing to the debate. It feels like he was restating his position there. And I don't know how that's going to help him. Maybe it sounds like he's claiming a necessary being, right? I would think. I think he's trying to say that this world is the only actual world. He's using kind of weird terminology on some of this, it feels like. Anyways, let's go just a little bit longer here.
The past, if you were to instantiate past days one by one and keep going, you could go on potentially infinitely. The point is that if the only thing that exists is the present, and we start counting into the future one by one, then yes, that's a potential infinite.
Now look, I agree with you that the set of past events cannot be instantiated one member at a time. That's the Zeno's argument. But it is instantiated in reality.
But the point is that if it can't go backwards, why can it go forwards? If the present is all that exists.
Well,
I understand on the B theory.
Question.
So he's asking, if it can't go into the past, why? Or if it can't go infinite into the past, why can it go forwards, right? Because William Lane Craig is saying that Zeno's paradox is stopping the infinite from going into the past, and so Alex is asking, why doesn't that allow it to go in, or why is that stopping that from going into the future? And I think that's a great question there, because he is showing double standard. I think it seems like he is. And I do think that this is probably a good time to call it. We are coming up on 2 a.m. I'm going to read some of the chats. We had Missing Mod pop back in. Jaziel, are you still there, man? All right, I'll hide you for a second. And then Richard, good night. Frosty, good night. Hotep, good night. Hayden, Kinetic. everybody that dropped by tonight. Curt, thank you, everybody. You are all spectacular, and thank you for supporting this show and being a part of it. Today we had actually quite a bit go on here, and it was a ton of fun. We didn't get very far in the debate. We made it about pretty close to halfway. We're not quite there to halfway, right? But we did have some pretty strong commentary, I feel like, from some pretty prominent debaters, and that was a lot of fun. We even had a random presuppositionalist running tag call in, and then to our surprise, instead of running tag, he presented the evolutionary argument against naturalism. So that was quite interesting to see, right? As of tonight, let's see what the poll, and we might have forgotten to log off. Yeah, so the poll. So the poll for tonight was, do you think William Lane proved God? And it had 78 votes. 26% said yes, and 74% said no. So that's an interesting result from the poll tonight, right? Now, that doesn't mean that he still that he might not have in tomorrow's portion of this, right? Maybe he'll prove a god in tomorrow's portion, right? But his case isn't just one 3-line syllogism, right? He starts with a cumulative case, and then that's been addressed here, right? Alex has been going after the Kalam, right? He's been going after, did the universe actually begin? Can an actual infinite exist? Can a beginningless past be successively actualized? What theory of time should we accept? And what follows if a cause exists, right? They covered Hilbert's hotel, quite a bit more, right? William Lane Craig in his early part was talking about I did the 6 arguments, which I mentioned a couple of there. In addition to that, he covered some of the facts, well, what he thinks are facts about Christianity that are part of this cumulative case. And then once again, they've been addressing infinities and whatnot for a little bit now. Well, like infinities, Hilbert's hotel, actualization of those infinities, theories of time, that type of thing, right? And so tomorrow we're going to be covering hopefully all of the back half, but probably only part of the back half, right? And so I'm not quite sure how far we're going to get tomorrow, but I had a lot of fun with this. I enjoyed having TJump. Yes, TJump was here. We had TJump drop by. That was a ton of fun. I love hanging out with TJump. I used to do panels with TJumps years ago. I was just little old me on Discord, in the politics Discord, and he popped in there, and we ran panels for years in there with him. That for like 2 years, I think. That was a lot of fun. I missed doing a bunch of panels with TJump. He's a good dude. But yeah, no, this was a really fun review. I love having Curt, Jaziel, and everybody up on the panel. We had Reexaminations show, and then was his name Avarice? I'll have to double check that. But that gentleman dropped by, and we had a good conversation with him. Like I said, he presented probably the most interesting version of tag I have ever heard. And I thought that was interesting, too, when I had pointed out to him that I have spoken with quite a few ex-Christians as well in the past, and the reverse modal ontological argument was very convincing to them, right? And so I was kind of interested in seeing what he wanted to say, and I was happy to cover some of what these ex-Christians that have found the reverse modal ontological argument very convincing have told me. But we didn't really get to that point. I would have liked to have that conversation. We had Leophilius as well. I did say Curt. Who else came up? Jaziel. Everybody, thank you so much for dropping by and hanging out. It's been a spectacular evening. We'll continue this review tomorrow. You guys and gals all have a wonderful evening. Probably 8 p.m. CST, maybe 8:30-ish. Something like that, probably. I'm still getting my schedule down. I do greatly appreciate you all. You are all the best bosses in the world. Thank you so much for allowing me to do this. This is a ton of fun. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you so much. You all have a wonderful, wonderful morning. My brothers and sisters in atheism, I am signing out. Yes, Missing Mod. Have a wonderful evening. Yes. Oh, yeah. Re-examination show came as well. Yes. And if you guys enjoyed anything any of our special guests tonight had said, please make sure you go subscribe to them. There was TJump. He's TJump on YouTube. Jaziel, I believe he's Jaziel MP3 or Jaziel MP4 on YouTube. There was Re-examination show on YouTube. Did I get everybody? I think I missed somebody. Oh, Leophilius. There was Leophilius. He's Leophilius on YouTube. So if you enjoyed any of the collaborators tonight, please make sure to go check out their YouTubes and show them some love. Give them a subscribe. Anyways, I hope you all have a spectacular morning, and I will see you all. I guess it's not tomorrow at this point, but this evening. But Jaziel, you there, man? You want to say bye to everybody? All right. Well, I appreciate you all. Have a wonderful evening, everybody.